We're going to be getting back into Satisfactory today. Where we left off, we are just now getting towards the end of Phase 4. I am producing all but the last of the Phase 4 requirements. I've got everything prereq up there. We have gone and got our Tier 8 unlocked and all that, so we're pretty late game. And this is definitely one of those games that when you show up, you start with next to nothing to get anything done, and you just keep building and building and building and building and building and building. So our factory has grown a whole bunch. And so when we look at that, we've got our iron tower here where all our iron products happen. We've got our aluminum tower here where all our aluminum products happen. We've got our quartz tower here. I was trying to think of what that was. Our quartz tower here, which is all the quartz stuff. We've got limestone. Way over there in the distance is our copper tower. There's our steel tower. We've got steel production way out there to make our ingots. On the other side of that mountain where you can see that light pole and all this going over top. Oil's on the far side of that, over the ridge. On top of the ridge, we've got uranium and nuclear power going on. Down this really long rail out here, we've got aluminum way over there in the swamp. We've got sulfur here somewhere. I see the drill. Somewhere over there is our... No, I'm sorry. There's where our sulfur is. Those are just bringing ore in. But as you can see, like, the factories continue to grow and sprawl and grow and sprawl and grow and sprawl. You punch below the belt? Not really. Because if someone looks at this and says zombie Fortnite... The first I'm like, do you mean it looks like Fortnite in that it's 3D? Because that's kind of where that ends? And then what in any of this makes you think zombie? The original Fortnite? I'm familiar with the Save the World. Now, where we need to pick up is... So we've got those being made. Alright. So we're about halfway through that first thing being produced. We're going to be pretty close there. We're making the rocket edges. Alright, yeah, that's what we need to do, is we need to get the turbo motors producing at a faster rate. So we're going to be... For the first part of the stream, we're definitely going to be running around... checking on the things we're producing and going, what can I do to improve the output of this, you know, the turbo motors? Oh, the turbo motors depend on me getting the modular engines. Okay, well, the modular engines thing. Don't ask people's age, and don't respond with your age. It's against the channel rules to disclose your age, and generally it's actually in Twitch's guidance that you shouldn't share your age. We look similar to your base? Gotcha. Yeah, but no, this has basically nothing to do with Fortnite in any capacity. Holy crap, that thing's already... Okay. So where I was all worried about this thing is producing those turbo engines fast enough. We're already 10% done on the turbo engine, or not the turbo engine, the rocket engine things. So I need to get more cooling. And so, for the cooling, I need more heat sinks. And for the heat sinks, I can see that the aluminum isn't keeping up, which is deeply concerning, because that's what I make a conveyor belts with. Alright, so we've got plenty of aluminum ingots. We just don't appear... we unlocked it. It's actually pretty late game tech. So when you start the game, your character has just like a normal like, jump height. And then after you go a little ways in the game, what ends up happening is you can unlock a pair of like robot leg things that let you jump a little bit higher, and then a little bit later you get a jetpack, and the jetpack lets you fly a little ways, but kind of pretty limited in how much you can go up and down and whatnot. I don't like that that's not centered. And then way later, you unlock what I'm using right now, which is a hover pack. And the idea with the hover pack is, well, it's not as good for exploration, because it doesn't work if I'm not near where I have electricity wired up. anywhere I've got electricity wired up, I can just, you know, I could just hover around and do what I need to do. It just consumes electricity, which, as long as I have a surplus, isn't that big a deal. Is that really 2 up? It is. Okay, fair enough. It's just that's not the way I designed all my other ones, so I was a little caught by surprise, and that was higher. You dreamed hydrate so you can drink water? Yeah, I drank just a second ago, and then I deliberately didn't do it because you told me to. Like, the redeem was fine when you're like, drink water, it's like, okay, no. So, that's just what I chose to do. Hey, Jaywalker, how's it going? We can go drop those in there. Alright, looks like you're gonna have to upgrade these belts. Yeah, I'm not hydrating in a minute. Yeah, it's already upgraded. No, it's not. Now it's upgraded. There we go. Alright, so I need more aluminum sheets. Alright, so it looks like we're going to start running into capacity problems on my aluminum production. Like, immediate capacity problems. Considering... Oh, that's the heat sinks. Yeah, so we're having very immediate capacity problems. Alright, so let's see how many aluminum sheets that this is consuming to see how much production I need to not be at a deficit. So that's using 37.5 per minute per machine, so I'm just going to call it 70. It's like 72.5 or whatever. Or 75 is probably the safer amount. Alright, so let's say it's 75 per minute. And you're producing 30 per minute, so we should actually already be good if these are all filling up. Because that should be 90 per minute. I'm going to go ahead and add one more on here, though. Because if it's worth doing, it's worth overdoing. Oh, yeah, I forgot I'm basically out of materials, which is the problem. And set you to the aluminum sheets as well. Drop off the ingots. And we can drop you and then stack the second one on top. Alright, so we need to grab some of the aluminum off the sheet. Off the belt. Okay. Alright, so just trying to get all this online to hopefully get ourselves sorted out where the aluminum will be less of an issue. Alright. Oh, I see what happened. I misclicked, so we can grab you, connect you to power. Okay. So, we've just quadrupled the production of aluminum sheets. That should hopefully help us, because we were at a deficit. Now the big concern is that I'm going to go down here, and I'm going to find my aluminum ingots at a deficit. Look at the classed one again. What? So for right now, that's full. Okay, those are all full. Look at the last one again. Oh, the last machine. I'll double check. Did I miss a conveyor? Oh, it's down here. Yeah, that would be the first or the last time I've missed a belt. Okay, so the output belt looks fine. There we go. Alright. Let's fix that. Okay, now it should be quadrupled. One moment. Alright. So I've got all that sorted out for the moment. So let's see. That's making our heat sinks. So that's making, assuming they run at full speed, about 15 heat sinks per minute between the two machines. And you're consuming 12 heat sinks per minute, so that should be enough to run that machine constantly. That's producing 6 of the cooling, whatever those things are called. Cooling units. And that's consuming 7.5, so I need more. Which is going to be not easy. Alright, so I need motors and aluminum casings. Yeah, so basically I'm just trying to scale up this operation. I fully acknowledge that a bunch of stuff's going to fall out of whack while I'm doing this. And that's just what we're doing. Is I'm just trying to get the basic setup here to get our end products going, and then we're just gonna see what comes apart as we backtrack. Like, you know, if I need to up my aluminum production or my whatever production, and I'm just gonna keep backtracking little by little to try and figure out any place you've got problem. Wait, what? Oh, that's not the one I need to upgrade. Okay, that's fine. You saw it on our channel, you need 7 days ago? Busy, no time. There's no time for convenience. The factory must grow. Even if that quite literally will make the factory grow faster. The factory must grow, there's no... I need more aluminum. Like, I just need more aluminum to exist in my world. I should be able to go up here now. It's not up here, it's down there. I should be able to just go over here now and say, hey. I should be able to go over here once I go to the correct machine. And say, hey, give me the aluminum. Alright. And so this will put more of a burden on all of the rest of my systems, which will all need to be dealt with. It's fine. That is one thing I do need to actually make happen today. I do actually need to get the SAM technology going. Because that really should have been done already. And I keep acknowledging that fact. And then keep immediately being like, but no, the factory must grow. Alright, now for the weird thing, which is... I need... one pipe here. Alright, so it should start getting everything we need in there. You need your own dedicated power pole. Put you roughly center tile. You missed a pipe? I will check in a moment. Nope. It's working, so I didn't. Oh yeah, no, there's no actual pipe on this one. This is just, it's the way the stilt is. I'm pretty sure I could use the belt stilt instead as the bottom portion. It'd also work, but eh. Man, I can see where that gets thrown off. Alright, so the problem with that is I've now doubled my consumption of my heat sinks. Yeah, and I'm producing 7.5. Yep. Which means I need to go over here and expand this. I need more iron plates. And eventually I'm going to find that my aluminum production is just not up to snuff. Okay, I see down there that we have a iron problem. Let's deal with that real quick. If it is a quick thing. So you got this belt here. Is very clearly not getting enough on it. Let's check the ore side. Where are you supposed to be going? Okay, so you've got all that. Alright. And all the ore lines are fine, so yeah, it's just, I need to expand that line. That's what it boils down to, is that line just doesn't have enough production on it. I really do need to load balance those at some point. Oh, here we go, chat. We're about to run out of space. It's been a long time coming. And with that, there's nowhere left for the tower to grow. These last 2 or 3 smelters. That's it. No more smelters unless we expand the area. All right, so you're on the seam. I need more aluminum sheets. All right. Because, yeah, that's the, I need to get more ore on that belt. What is that making that is running out? Is that screws? Oh, if that's screws, that's real bad that that's the one running out. It is screws. That is one I really don't want running out of material. Screws, half my factory depends on screws. So, that's not what you want to see. But this is kind of what we figured was going to happen, is as we've expanded to get more and more stuff in here, stuff that wasn't a problem previously, we start pushing it to its limits. But what I'm probably going to need to do is over on the end there, I'm probably going to have to take some space, and we're getting to a point I should likely take the time to start load balancing my belts. And what I mean by that is taking the time to set up the belts where if one belt is full, like it's at capacity, and another belt isn't, that the overflow will go from the belt that is full onto the one that's not. Okay, that's stopping a lot. I don't really want to keep this elevated, but I don't think I've given myself enough space to not do that, so elevated it shall stay. And with that, I'm out of space to expand the iron in this area. I think realistically where I'll go from here is if I need more iron production, I'm gonna go over here this way, and where we have all those powers. I'm not gonna expand that biofuel or biopower any bit, so I would likely just make more on that side. So it should be 3 more smelters running on that line. I don't think that'll be enough to fix the line. Looking at it, it looks like it's consuming way too much iron. Okay, what am I gonna need to unlock the smart splitters? Because I think I'm gonna have to depend on load balancing those. Well, I'm not going to have to depend. Load balancing those would be a potential solution. That was Caterium. Smart splitters, so it's the AI limiters. I probably just have those laying around over here, or more realistically, I'm probably completely out of them because we're consuming them all. I just realized we've been going slow speed this whole time. I think AI limiters is 1 more floor up. Which is unfortunately needing to be expanded. This is going to be a reoccurring problem all stream. You have a question that I wasn't prepared for as to why there wasn't a cat perspective version of Rockstar, aka the song. Check. What? I mean, why would there be a cat perspective version from it? Like, nothing wrong with cats or anything, other than the general principle, but, what? Yeah, I'll end up using both those materials, so I don't care if I leave it on the line. Basically sang in the perspective of a cat. Right, but why would it be in the perspective of a cat? Am I forgetting something about the movie? I just don't understand why it would be in the perspective of a cat. Alright, so we got this nonsense again. Like, it would be weird if you were watching, like, Puss in Boots, and then they had, like, a song by the main character, but it was done in someone else's perspective. That would be weird. But I don't understand why that song would be done in the perspective of a cat. Okay. So we're improving our AI limiter production, because apparently we don't have enough of those. They somehow think the cat version All-Star sounds like it would be a feline rear end award, otherwise known as a catastrophe. You're looking for a bit? Gotcha. Well, welcome. Yeah, it's just one of the things like, I don't understand why they would do this. Okay, so we've got our outputs. I've got one output going up and one output going down for the AI limiters. So this is the output that seems to be backed up. We can pop over here. Means I should be able to just go here and say, give me a stack. Alright. Just let you be you. You just don't make sense sometimes, Strider. And that's okay. Just sometimes I worry. Okay, so smart splitter.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Smart Splitter unlocked. The Smart Splitter offers advanced settings that can improve conveyor belt logistics.
So my hope of what I can do here, and I could probably make it work. Granted, all the belts are full now. Is the next time I run to a situation where these belts aren't full, is that what I can do? Let's actually put down a smart splitter and just see what options it gives me. Because this is one of those things that's been like a question because we haven't hooked one up. All right, so we can determine. Gotcha. So we have our choices. So basically, I can leave it like a perfectly normal splitter, or I could sit there and say, hey, if the thing's getting too full, any overflow, kick it off to the right side, and all that. Or I can also do that kind of stuff, which is nice. You can also do filters and whatnot. So that's pretty good. What did you cost me again to make? Okay, so that's a little pricey, but not terrible. What badge is that? Raging Wolfhelm. I have no idea what that is. I mean, other than apparently a Raging Wolfhelm. It's from Elden Ring? Gotcha. Alright, so we've got you here. You're waiting on cooling systems. You're already almost a fifth done. So that appears to be doing fine. Yes, we are at a very small surplus on turbo engines. The cooling systems we don't appear to be doing okay with. So I need to get more cooling systems. And that's here. And then the problem with the cooling systems are the heat sinks. So I need to go over here, which is where we were at when I ran out of iron plates. So we're gonna need 2 more things for making heat sinks here. Alright, we go over to the end here. Yeah, so we're going to do, in this first part, we're going to be doing a lot of this where I'm kind of just running around going, okay, I need to up this production, and up this production, and up this production. Okay, everything's out of whack, I'll have to track it down. I do need to stop and take a minute to find and correct. Okay, I guess that's in line. There we go. To find and, like, get the SAM production set up. Because literally, I just have a drill in the middle of nowhere getting SAM ore and hucking into a box. And that's all it's done the entire run. Because I've been busy chasing down a billion other things. And there's a lot of technology locked behind that in the MAM. It's just one of those things that running down to get the SAM ore all set up and figured out when I have all these things I know I'm short on and all that is kind of a hard sell for me. Okay, so you're using 37, so it's about 150, roughly, aluminum sheets we're consuming now per minute. And we make 30 of these, so to have any level of positive amount of aluminum sheet production, I need 2 more of those. You need a turquoise gem in Summerside? Cool, I have no idea where you get that. I assume the mines. Alright. And I have a strong feeling once I get this set up, we're going to find out that our aluminum is at a deficit, like the aluminum ingots. Which will be another fire to stamp out. Alright, this is the weird one that, for some reason, I had it 2 stacked. Like, it's fine, it doesn't hurt anything to be 2 stacked. Okay. And you need to be set to aluminum and aluminum. Get power run over here. Okay. And the power grid is getting dangerous. We're getting within about 1,500 megawatts of my max. And my max production, and we can absolutely blow past our production entirely if I'm not careful. So it is going to be a concern soon. Alright. So that should fill up. There's gonna be another burden on here. So when I look in here, so that is draining, but it does look like we are keeping pace so far with our aluminum production. So the good news is that should have expanded our production a great deal for our heat sinks and all that, which should improve the production of everything else here. We're already 1/5 done with that objective, so that's good news. I'll definitely need more turbo engines and all that, but the good news is we are on a net positive on the turbo engines. A very slight one. It's a little, like, not quite 1 extra turbo engine per minute. Extra. We are getting a surplus on heat sinks now. That's not good. We are apparently completely and utterly obliterating our aluminum casing. We're just using too many of them. So that's the next thing that needs to expand. Oh, you got a nuclear power plant, didn't you? Yeah, no, I got nuclear power. I'm probably gonna have to go up there and set up another one. I need to make sure when I do it that I have enough fuel rods being made to keep it powered. Because if I have a nuclear power plant go off, then my entire power infrastructure comes down with it. Because each power plant is like 2,500 megawatts or some nonsense. Okay, and these are the aluminum casings. Okay, so it massively increased our burden on aluminum. Like I said, it's making me a bit nervous. So let's see when this drops in how full it is. Okay, so when it arrives, it is a full train. Okay, that encourages me a little bit. It is a little concerning that this is literally just staying solid the whole time. No gaps. It'll eventually fill up, but that is a lot of power. Like, that is a lot of aluminum being consumed really quickly. I think it's just filling up, and then we'll start getting that sorted out. Yeah, it is. Okay, cool. Alright, so I think we've got the aluminum stuff handled for the moment. We checked on our robot controllers. Those are about halfway done with. I probably do need to escalate that a little bit. What I need to find now is where the heck... I don't like seeing that these aren't maxed out. You're being consumed by what? Radio control unit. So you're using 1.25 radio control, oscillator whatever's per minute, and you're producing 1 per minute, so I need a second one of these. Which need modular frames. Alright, the modular frames are up here, I think. No, they're here. Okay. If those are running out, that means it's going to our heavy tower. This has been our situation, is just, what am I running out of, what am I running out of, what am I running out of? Go fix. You're producing what? You're producing the fused frames, which I don't know what those are going to, but they're going to something. I'll deal with that later. Oh, you're my motor things we're looking at. Okay, cool. We're mostly done with these already. Because I need 500, and this is about 370. So we're looking really good at getting those done. Yeah, so the heavy frames would be down here somewhere. That's the heavy frames. Yeah, so good news I got plenty in the box there. The bad news is my modular frames are straight up not doing well, so we gotta get our modular frame production stepped up. Which is the story of my life. Just, I need more of the next thing. No, you're my reinforced plates. You're not my modular frames. You are. So modular frames look like they're struggling on reinforced plates. It's still staying at 100%, but that is a very not full machine. And I know we did just escalate that. So... that's the rods. And the other belt is just not getting filled. Here we are. So this is the floor we have these going. Right, and this is the problem, is previously... oh, hey, you need to be upgraded. Previously, I had to route more screws along this side. And so we are running into an issue where I need more secure plates. But I kind of boxed myself in with the way we designed this. Like, you can see this one's not in as smoothly because I just kind of shoved it in there. Alright. I'm just trying to decide how I want to tackle expanding our reinforced plates, because that's what's causing us, or is very soon to cause us problems with the, with the modular frames that we're falling behind on. Let's grab some rotors real fast, and I'll need to check on this. Luckily we have plenty of those still. Alright. me skip one for just right this second. Okay. So I've got a couple options. This is the one we've been doing, which is the regular print, which gets us 5 for 30 and 60. We can choose the bolted, which is the same materials, but I need 250 screws per minute. So basically, it's going to consume more screws per plate, but give us plates at a faster speed. Or we can do the stitched one, which is copper wiring, and that's 5.625. Yeah, so... Alright, so it's 60 for 5 on that one. Versus, so 60 for 5... And so it'd be 240 per minute if it was the equivalent. No, is that right? Because 60 per 5, 60 times 3. No, actually, is this better? Wait, is my math wrong and this is just hands down better? No, it's 3 times. So it's 60 times 3 would be 180. So this is way more costly in screws for the same output, but the output is 3 times as fast. So, in theory, I should literally be able to just go like that and choose OK. And this is going to be way greedier in how much material it absorbs. But then it should put out 3 times as many. So I'm gonna have to watch because I don't think I can upgrade all of these in place. I think if I do, the whole thing will grind to a halt. I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna switch everything over to the higher yield, lower efficiency thing. And just let it run and see what comes apart. Okay, so we're already seeing one thing, because I filled those up with screws. And so the fact that this belt is staying solid, and those... Because again, I filled it up, so it should in theory tell me. That tells me I'm not making enough screws on this track. Which it's not solid, so it tells me... Oh, actually... Okay, it might literally just be a thing if I just need to upgrade the belt. Because I can see that these are, stuttering a little bit. Something's not right there. Because it shouldn't have been stuttering unless this machine was putting some out at that moment. Okay, all of them stuttering is fine. Because that means it's feeding into the different systems and all that. Okay. I think this will be their first place for a smart splitter instead. So get you out of the way. Let's get a smart splitter here instead. So I'll drop that there. And I'll connect you there the way you were before. And so we're going to change the right output. The right output is overflow. And so what should happen is it should just spill those down to that lane until it's got more than... until that, like, lane backs up. And once that lane backs up, any extra will spill over onto this system. Okay, so it is gaining. That's good. That tells me we should see it start stuttering here in a moment. Like I said, what should happen is when it stutters, it should then kick the extra over onto this right path. Oh, come on. How close are you getting? Okay. I have just rammed a bunch of screws in there to try and help it along. I just want to see it actually work. You just built your first coal plant? This is intense here. The coal plant is definitely a point where the game steps up in what you've got. Are you still operating at a deficit? Really? All that? We are getting our ingots, right? Hey, you need to pick up the pace, friend. Okay. Hey, the mines, how's it going? I really just want to see this work. Because like I said, what should happen is that should be an overflow lane. And I'm assuming when it... There we go. Okay, cool. We just saw it work. Cool, cool, cool. I'm doing pretty good. Yeah, so we did see it work where those backed up, and the moment it did, it shoved the extra over onto a different lane. That's exactly what I wanted. Alright, we're definitely running out of copper sheets now. So, don't like that. So let's go over to our copper sheet. Oh no, our copper sheet production didn't try to be sneaky, but you caught it. Oh, it tried to be sneaky? Yeah, no, I tried to wait till I wasn't paying close attention. Alright. So, our copper sheet production is apparently behind again. Which is... That's our copper production, which I already see the problem down there. Yeah, so copper sheets are now being starved on ore. But for those that don't know, Allison Adventures, absolutely fantastic content creator. Someone I definitely recommend checking out. Plays a lot of stuff like Project Zomboid, RimWorld, 7 Days to Die, all that kind of stuff. Alright, so let's check on our copper nodes, make sure these are fully amped up. I'm pretty sure they are. Yep. And yep, is gonna be that. Which it's fine, actually. No, I guess it's fine. Alright, which I guess is gonna be our first contestants for Tier 3 drills. Because we just got our materials for those earlier. Maybe. Those are expensive as all get out. So it looks like we're gonna have to go and drop some Tier 3 drills on our copper to keep those running. Satisfactory, satisfying? Also, sounds like you're gonna have fun with trucks later. Yes. Do all of the things. That's a turbo motor construction. What else do I need for the Tier 3? Alright, so I need more portable drills. And then we can get the next thing. So the portable drills I could just handcraft real fast over here. Oh, over here. Alright. Supercomputer 10x each for each level 3 miner. I saw. I'm not I'm not super excited about that. But the good news is, if I get those tier 3 miners, I'm fairly confident that's the max level miner. And I'm also fairly confident on the max level belt. So if I could do the math on that, it could be one of those things I'm like, hey, I know exactly how many belts I need from these miners, and I never have to, like, redo the math. It's just done. And then I also don't have to run a belt half across the map anymore. And the good news is I do have this with a bunch spare in there. That is coming along. I do need to upgrade that, but right now, let's get our tier 3 miner. So let's compare our notes. So a tier 2 miner with 3 slugs on it is producing 150 ore per minute. And then if I go like that... Oh, it took the slugs out, okay. I was going to be like, why is it less? Versus fully upgraded is it's going to make 300 per minute. So it's this line. Alright, so my hope is that amount of ore will keep us up and running. Could take a mode to play catch up. Yeah, I am seeing that we are getting on the ore down the line here. Yeah, so what's going to happen is somewhere along here... Yeah, that's one that's full, that one that's full. Yeah, so you should see this one slowly climb. But the question is how many it gets down before the amount in that belt is not sustainable. Trying to remember, was it 720 that could go through? 780. So it's 780 can fit on a tier 5 belt. And these are 30 each. So that'd be 26? No, that's not right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Either way, a tier 5 belt should be able to handle that. But it does look like I am going to need both of these fully upgraded. Because it can handle 780 passing through. That one's putting 300 on it. This one's also putting 300 on it. So we can go here, production, tier 3. Oh, I'm missing steel pipe. The search function can do math for you? I'll have to look at that. I also just realized I have no steel pipe here to speak of. Oh, is it an input problem? It's an input problem, not an output problem. Okay, so I have no spare steel ingots to speak of. Alright, so that steel problem I've been putting off for a long time, it's a right now problem. Okay, so so I know I could go and I could hijack the pipes off of this line. And that'll help for now. So, let's go figure out our steel. So the search function can help you. So it would be... I'd have to figure it out more. But yeah, so regardless, You can see from that belt, that should be literally solid with steel. It's not. So something has given. So I need to figure it out. I grabbed the steel pipes because if it's something like I'm not getting enough coal or I'm not getting enough iron ore, that I can just slap down a tier 4 drill or tier 4, tier 4 drill or tier 3 drill, and that'll just fix the problem. If it is a thing that like I need more refineries or foundries or whatever the heck they're called, foundries I believe, then I'll have to deal with that. Regardless, something's broken, some needs fixing. Because that is going to stall a whole bunch of stuff. Are you a pole that doesn't go anywhere? You are a pole that doesn't go anywhere. Okay, so the output... Alright, so the input on the ore front appears to be fine. Ore and coal does appear to be getting through the entire process. So it does look like it's literally, I just need more foundry. Which I appreciate, because that's the easiest to solve problem. Being able to just slap down another building or two is a real easy to fix thing. Need to correct this. All right. The steel, drop what we got in here. Steel. Right, because we've significantly increased our steel consumption. Upgrade these input belts to get the things through faster. Easy fix though is nice. No crazy untangling spaghetti. That's the worst one, is when you've had that problem that's been going on for a while, that you just need to fix the spaghetti part of it. It does happen. Okay, we got our 2 drills down here. Take that back. 3 drills over here. Mist conveyor? Yeah, I can circle back for it then. Because what I could do is I could follow until you see where it all backs up. Okay, do you already have slugs in you? You do not? That's 150 and the belt can handle 780. So cumulatively, all these drills, if they go over 780, then one belt won't cut it. So 300 per minute. Let's double check that. 450 per minute. About 600 per minute. Okay, so we just run along until we see this belt start to get to that. Are you sure I missed a section? We can double check. I don't see a section that looks like I missed. Oh, it's trying to make a new belt off of that position. Okay. That all looks fine. You all look fine. These all look fine. That looks fine. That looks fine. This looks fine. You're good. It all looks good to me. Okay. And we're still not getting remotely enough steel being produced. So we can make another floor of foundries. Yeah, if I butt it right up against the edge, you know what? This is not how I should do it, but so I'm gonna do it. It should put it about at the second height. Okay. So with that, I should be able to go right here. Stretch this the entire length of the building. Put these on both sides, go the entire length of the building. I'm gonna put enough foundries that something's gonna give out. All right. Oh, if I put splitter, I can make this work. I can make this work. So that needs to get out of the way for just a minute. This is gonna be a little bit tricky to set up, but I can make this work. So let's grab our foundries. I don't have the modular frames. So my plan was to put the thing there, run the belts forward, then use that to line things up with the splitters, because those first splitters will be a problem. Okay. So yeah, so we did up our steel production some. We're gonna need to up it more. And just... again, running around being like, there's a fire, put it out, there's a fire, put it out, there's a fire, put it out. I do need to get my, you know, the SAM ore refining and all that. Which is just another thing onto the pile. It would also not be a bad move to go hard drive hunting, but it's just hard. That's the thing. It's hard for me to justify the time taking away from so many different things, because I can go to the hard drive hunting, and that just takes a lot of time. And meanwhile, the factory is running with me not supervising it, and it might get me really good. You might want to build an entire floor in a blueprint and just stamp additional floors in the future. I could do that, but the problem is, if you look at the ways I've been doing the floors, one floor the conveyors go one way, the other floor the conveyors go the other way, so I'd need two separate stamps to do that. And then I'm changing it. So I'm not consistent in what I'm setting things up to be. Now, don't get me wrong, the blueprint would be valuable, but, like, when we look at this place, very little of my factory is duplicated. Like, the pattern is duplicated, but actually in the I copy it, I paste it, and I drop it in kind of duplication, very little of that is actually happening. I do think blueprints are useful. Like, in Factorio, I use blueprints extensively. That is a almost just slightly less than never mind. I was gonna say it is a slightly just only a hair below absolutely full belt. Okay, those are all upgraded now. And you're making screws. Okay, so I need to increase my screw production. And there's a way I could make even more screws if I use steel. But, you know, I already have a steel problem. That's a limit on how far I can go out. Okay. Right, and it is the alternate cast screws. Which aren't the highest yield screws to be possible. But, for the other ones, I need more steel, and steel's already proving its own problem. Because these aren't consistently staying full is the problem, and that's got to be sorted. Copper sheets is still a problem I'm noticing. So I'm going to have to deal with that more. The good news is very, very soon that second item on here should be getting done. And when I turn off all the all the production for that should alleviate a lot of our systems. And then that third item was going pretty quickly as well. So the hope there being, pretty soon those will be a reduced strain on our copper and our aluminum and our steel. Oh, you need power still. Alright, so we've just increased our screw production about as much as we can without opening up more areas. So my hope is with all those, that'll alleviate a lot of this. You look tired? Not really. You have walls now? Yeah, a lot of it does. Missed a machine with the power? I did. And I forgot to belt it in, too. Cool. Alright. Yeah, so we had 5 more screw machines on there. Military's COVID. No more fatigue. Still getting a bit tired faster, but It's nowhere near like when I was like still testing positive. Okay. So that should be way better, where that belt will probably stay completely full or very, very near full. And my hope is that'll be plenty to keep all of those running at capacity. And that should massively have improved our secure plate or whatever production. Yeah, cool. So now, where these weren't getting to be enough, I can actually expand my modular frame production, which is the whole thing that started that whole series of events where I ended up making all those extra machines. All of that was because I needed more modular frames. But for the modular frames, I need the reinforced plates. For the reinforced plates, I need the screws. For the screws, I need to fix my ingots. For my ingots, I need to fix my mines. Oh no. You're slightly wider at this part of the building than the rest of it. One, two, three, 4, 5. Because we are going to overdo everything. Because that'll just make my life easier. Alright. It's one of the things, if I overdo this now, I can ignore it for a while. See, you could literally run a line to your... you could literally run a line to your steel screws now. Well, the steel screws are being fully consumed. If I wanted to set up more steel screw production, I mean, regardless of if I want more, I need to improve my, steel ingot output. Because I've got a deficit on my steel ingot output that's causing a problem. So any additional reliance on the screws coming from the steel output makes my steel a bigger problem. Let's see, but they only have 2 machines at 250 a minute? Right. My comment is, though, the input of steel screws is at a deficit. So literally for my steel production, if I turned off my steel screws, it would make that problem better. Now granted, it'd break a whole bunch of other things because the screws are being used by stuff. But for the time being, I can't afford to have more of a load on my steel until I fix my steel. Because that's just trading one problem for another. So it's easier for me to just shim this out real fast in the short term, and I gotta get the steel sorted. Okay, so let's do a quick check. I can't remember where we are making these little, not the engines, whatever the second thing is. But let's do a quick run around, check on these things. So we're still sitting here. That's dragging its feet, and it's because these adaptive control units are taking forever. But that is making progress. You're not one of those things we need. Yeah, so that'll be the only one there. And then for you down here? No, that's my explosives. Alright, so this is almost done. This is really, really close to done. I've got just over a stack and a half. And then we're done with the second phase thing. I can turn that off. And when I turn that off, it's going to be our versatile frameworks, and our electromagnetic control rods are going to stop being needed for it. And that versatile framework is using our modular terminals. And that will help a lot. I am also noticing I've got a bunch of dismantle crates here that showed up at some point, and I don't know when. And I hate it greatly within my heart, and I've got to figure out where those are because they'll stay there forever until I do. Oh, you're not going there. You're going in the space elevator. Because then I can turn off that machine, and we were making really good time on the third option. The thing I need to get going now is I need to get a particle accelerator on and start figuring that out. So, boom, 400 done. Measurable progress. Okay, where are these dismantle crates? So there's one right around here. I don't see it below us. There it is, way down there, I think. No, that's not it. So what a dismantle crate is it mean... There you are. It's a box that just got some materials in it because I didn't upgrade. And I didn't have inventory space for the material that popped out of it. Yeah, so it's like right here on one of these two conveyor belt spots. I don't see a crate there, so let's follow the conveyor belts. There we are. Okay, because that's going to annoy me if those stayed there. Alright. What will it take for me to make a particle accelerator? I already know I'm going to hate this. Oh my god, so much. Okay, so I need to grab more of the motors. So we've got those. I need to grab some cooling systems, I believe it was. Yeah, some cooling systems, which is what we're making here. That box is going to be empty. Those are being brought up here. And split between two lines, so I could just snag those. Alright, so I just need the quick wire, which that I'm going to have plenty of. The thing that scares me about the particle accelerator is when I turn it on, it can use anywhere from 250 to 1,500 megawatts. And I don't know how long it goes, for what cycle, or anything like that. And that is a lot of power consumption to not be able to say with any strong, I know what I'm getting into kind of situation. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Weren't you making batteries to cover that? Yeah, the batteries was part of the equation, as I wanted to make more batteries. Why does everything have to be modular frames? Why does literally everything have to be modular frames? Can I have something that's just not modular frames for a little while? It'd be lovely if we could have a little less modular frames for a little while. Yeah, let's go dump down a bunch of batteries, because the idea with that is I'm expecting the particle accelerator to be something where it kicks on, it sucks a lot of power, and then it turns off for a little while, and then it kicks on, it sucks a lot of power, and it turns off for a little while. That's kind of what I'm hoping. But I have no way of knowing one way or the other until we turn it on and check it out. Alright, so let's go back to where we're making our heavy frames. That's where all our modular frames are going to. The universe always comes back to reinforced iron plates. So the good news is the reinforced iron plates are fine now. But the bad news is over here. The good news here as well is I do have enough spares. Alright. So I want to put down a bunch of batteries. And like I said, the entire intent of these batteries is just, as we get these big spikes of power, to have a way to handle that. Alright, let's run over here. I'm gonna grab one more stack of modular frames, so that way we have, like 3 banks of those batteries. So those batteries each hold, I believe it was, that's not the right floor. Those batteries each hold 1,000... I'm struggling here. There we go. This batteries hold, I think it was... No, sorry. I think it's 100 megawatts each. So my hope is to put down enough batteries to safely absorb somewhere in the area of like 1,500 megawatt hours. Because my hope there is that will be enough to, you know, buffer that until, like, power can spin up, down, that kind of thing. Okay. So those are going to take a minute to fill up. Yeah, so right now we're consuming about 5,500 watts. And so the catch is, that was not what you want to see. Our capacity is fluctuating. It's... Oh, you know why our capacity is fluctuating? That's gonna be my bio. We're literally running up to the point to charge the batteries that my biomass generators are kicking on and off to try and fill the batteries. It's also interesting to me how slowly, because this over here implies, oh, I think that's saying my total power storage available. So obviously I'm not going to sit there for 59 minutes waiting for that to charge. How big is a particle accelerator in this game? In real life, they're huge. I mean, that's not small. So let's plunk you down and just see what you even have as your reactions. Okay, so we can make nuclear pasta, which costs 2 things I don't know what are. And we can make plutonium pellets, which requires something I don't know what is. Okay, well, let's put that away, because none of that answers any questions. Non-fissile uranium. So non-fissile uranium takes nuclear waste, silica, nitric acid, which is a separate thing I need to produce, and sulfuric acid. So nitric acid is nitrogen, water, and iron plates. Okay. I'm assuming nitric acid is a liquid, not a gas. Which would imply I would need to pump it. Yeah, so that's rough. But I also noticed with the particle accelerator, so the nuclear pasta requires whatever that frame is on the right and whatever that is on the left. 2 things I don't recognize. So let's start working through the different things to see what makes that. It's not in the refinery. It's not going to be the packager. You need frames. And yeah, I'm just plugging this down here so I can check what recipe I need to unlock next. Okay, so yeah, the heavy modular frame, we've got all this. Plutonium fuel rods. So none of the things here. Is it only an assembler? It might only be assembler. Pressure conversion cube. So we're making both the things I need for the pressure conversion cube. That's good news. But what is the last thing? Constructor. Copper powder. Okay. So we need copper powder and the conversion cubes. Copper powder should be the more straightforward of the two to make. It's literally copper ingots. We just shove copper ingots into it, and out comes copper powder. So what I'm going to intend is on the roof of this building, we'll do the copper powder on one side, and on the other side, we'll do our particle whatever. And the bottom floor? I mean, I could do it on the bottom floor, but I'm going to probably just put it on the roof because I already know I need an extra floor for the other reaction. But first I'm going to go... Well, actually, let's double check what we needed for... So you needed... the frames and the control thing. The frames, I believe, are over there. And then the control things are over there, like on the other side. There's not really enough room to... Well, no, it's not a the big system. It's a littler one. Yeah, because this is making the frames we were talking about. And those fused frames, where am I sending those? I think I'm already sending those over to the other side. Okay, so I'm already sending them to the aluminum tower from the looks of it. And I think I might even already be sending the control units over here, too. I think that's literally what this track is moving the control units over here. So literally, I might have both the ingredients already in the building, just not in sufficient quantities. Yeah, so we already got both of those going into this building. That should be workable. We're just going to slap another floor on here. I'm going to go get concrete. And that'll let me make the bigger frames I need for the particle whatever things. And then I will need to make the copper dust or copper powder, and I'll need to combine those. And with those two together, we should be good to go. I need to empty inventory somewhere. What am I sitting on that I really don't need? To be fair... Oh, probably those. Let's just drop off the... encased industrial. And that. Okay. So, what we're going to go ahead and do is on the roof of this building, I'm going to build an assembler. We're going to bring in the remote control units as well as the... I believe it was the... What? I can't remember what the middle tier thing's called. It's fine. I really don't care. Why did I make the... You know what? I don't even care about ramps. I could just fly everywhere. I'm not going to fight it. Oh, hey. There we go. Still groundlings. Okay, so the plan's pretty straightforward. All the materials I need should be available in this building already. I just gotta bring them up here. I don't need to be producing these on any meaningful quantity. I just need to produce them at a non-zero quantity. And that's good enough. Okay, so we can go production, assembler. Put that there. Organization, industrial storage. And we go way down here to the pressure conversion cube. Okay, so I need the radio control unit and the fused modular frame. So we look down here. I have a fused modular frames right here. Oh, I'm gonna do this in, like, the messy, cheaty, I'm lazy way. And would you look at that, I have fused modular frames all wired up. That was so hard. And you don't need the control units. Where were my control units brought into the building? Okay, so control units are coming in here. And that's where they're at. So I can just put a splitter over here, plop it up, shove it in, call it a day. You can tell we're getting late game where it's like you do stuff with so much more effort and finesse earlier on, and you're like, how are you solving this? Look, man, I just need it there. I don't need it to be pretty. I just need it there. That said, I have my limits on how bad I'm willing to make it. And with that, we are officially making the pressure conversion cubes. Okay. So, now I need to race over here. And try to remember where I'm making those... the engine-looking things. Because that should be getting pretty close to the point where I could turn it off. Not quite there. I got 75 more to make, and then I can turn that off, and all of the resources it's gobbling up are now free for other machines to use. Okay. Honestly, I might put on the bottom. Well, no. Yeah, no, I'll put on the bottom, because I could put the other thing over there. Okay. So, we'll go over here to where I've got my Caterium production. I'm just going to go to the other side. I'm going to start making copper powder. Realistically, this is going to probably end up needing its own copper line. But I'm not sure how much I need. I actually should probably look at that. Alright, that should be plenty. Is that a constructor, I believe? Okay, so copper powder. So it takes 30 copper ingots. Like I said, I think that might end up needing its own dedicated by itself line. To produce at any meaningful volume. Because 30 copper a minute of the ingots is a lot of copper for one machine. Okay, so I've got the copper powder. It's going in here. It's basically one smelter per constructor. Yeah, it's significant. Okay. So, this is copper ingots going in here to make our wire. So I do have the copper production, and honestly it seems to be holding up just fine. This is the input, and you have only one output. I'm willing to dance. I'm willing to play a dangerous game. Yeah, so this one has 1 in, 2 outs, and that one has 1 in, 2 outs, but this out is not yet being utilized. Alright, so where's the way I want to pop this down there? That'll work. So there's that belt there. Got plenty of space on that side. And there's a very good chance this will have to expand. We can do logistics, splitter. Excuse me. Oh, wrong splitter. Wrong splitter. That's the problem. I was sitting there, I was just like, I don't understand. It's a splitter. Why is it not splitting? It's got one job. Okay, so with that, we are making the copper dust. We can drop off these ingots, I don't need them. We can drop off those ingots, I don't need them. Alright, which does lead me to the last thing we need to do, which is to get the copper powder over there, and that'll have it so we're at least making a non-zero amount of everything we need to complete Phase 4. And then it will be a matter of going, what needs shutting off, what needs its efficiency improved, what needs this, yada yada yada. You get the idea. We're far enough in here. People have kind of seen what we're working on before of just expand, 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 expand. The interesting thing is if we pull back up the particle accelerator real fast, it didn't look like I urgently needed it for anything. Oh no, that's a lie. I need it for this step. That's literally what I need this for. Okay, so that's fine. So we're going to put our particle accelerator on the roof here, which is going to make this the roof, period. Because this thing's absolutely ginormous. Okay, so we choose that. Oh, it says how much. So you are going to consume power usage. It will average 1,000 megawatts of power consumption, but it will fluctuate during its process. It will consume 100 copper powder per minute and half of a pressure conversion cube per minute, and produce half of a pressure conversion cube per minute. So it's only got 2 solid, no liquid intakes. Okay. So with that, I think you're literally only used for this purpose anyway, so I'm just going to cut it right across the middle of the building. My luck is later it won't be, and if that is the case, you know, I'll deal with that then. Now, this definitely feels like one of those things. I'm not getting a second one of these anytime soon, so I'm just going to plug it straight in. And the reason I'm saying that is because, oh my god, this thing's going to be so expensive. Alright, so you're getting that. The next step is copper powder. Which would be being produced right there. Oh, I'm going to need to make a route to get you down. Does that go the whole way off? Yes, it does. And I know I could do the whole thing where I punch a hole in the floor and do all that. But honestly, I'm just trying to get this hooked up. Make it look nice as a tomorrow me problem that'll probably never come. Literally, I just want to plug it in and get it running. Alright, so this is implying I'm probably going to need 3 of this. 3 of those. Let's go ahead and grab a window. Oh, I made that a short floor. That's fine. Okay, and you need to get... Where is that drop? It's over there. All right. There's the drop right there. Okay, so the particle accelerator is all hooked up and running. So it's time to watch my power grid scream. Okay, so max power consumption has jumped up to 9,600. And our power consumption is steadily climbing. We're at 5,800, 5,900, 6,000, 6,200. Coming up at 6,300. $6,400, 6,500, 6,700, 6,800. We are now draining our batteries. Our batteries are flipping back and forth because we keep going up to 6,500. $6,900, 7,000 megawatts being consumed. I'll work on my power. I'll work on my power. For the record, I produce 6,400 megawatts. The only thing keeping our entire place from shutting down is the fact I built all those batteries, and it's just flipping the battery on as it drains a little, then going back under, then flipping the battery on, then going back under. And I believe it finished one cycle, and I didn't put a storage box on it. I need to do that. And would you look at that? We've made one. So I think we need more power. I think we need more power. Oh good, I already have enough to just slap down our power plant. I think we need more power. A whole lot more power. I just really enjoy the ramp up of just watching the power consumption keep building and building and building and going, I need that to stop now. My My big number, this other big number's getting bigger too faster. I don't have to stop flying along this way, so I'm gonna start putting a couple of these to daisy across here. Oh, for the record, this whole area is extremely radioactive now. There's a reason I'm staying very far from it as I'm working on it. Yeah, and I got those bees on the left. Oh, I need iron plates. Also, radioactivity increases the concentration. I noticed that. I noticed that when we first got like one drum, I didn't notice the radiation at all. And then I came back the next time and getting anywhere near the power plant, I was like, oh, this sucks. This hurts a lot. All right. Okay. So let's go get our iron plates. You know what? It is running out of ingots on some of those belts. Why is that one belt running out of ingots? It's clearly getting them. Oh, that's whatever. I mean, I was gonna say all the other belts are full, so I don't know why the one belt was having an issue. Like, it was still getting some, so it was just odd. So that's the rods, and there should be the plates. No. No. You're not supposed to be running out of plates. We fixed that. Okay, well, as much as I want to fix this problem, which is tricky because I can't grow any farther. Well, actually, no, that can grow more. That problem stays. That we come back to that problem. Power first, because seeing those batteries flick on and off hard like that is telling me that isn't a thing I can kick down the road and be like, I'll deal with that later. That is a no, really, you need to deal with this. Because that particle accelerator is only going to do like 5-10 cycles before it finally overwhelms those batteries, and there's nothing left in those batteries to draw from. And then we're going to listen to the power turns off. And that's a terrifying thought, because if that happens, it's going to take a while to bring everything back online. Because my coal will stop being mined, which means my coal power won't come out on its own. Bean? Get out of here. Missing materials. Oh! I used up a tiny bit of concrete. Yeah, no, it was the big bean guy was standing in the way. And then I also realized I'm short like 4 concrete. Like, you got plenty made, I just gotta go grab it. Okay. Once I get the power up here, I want to take an inventory on the second of those goods and the third of those goods I need for the milestone, because the second one's gonna get done pretty soon, and then the third one was making pretty good progress. When you looked earlier, we were already about 20% done. So I don't think it'll be done, but that's the kind of stuff that the moment it finishes, I shut it off, and then my burden on all of the rest of my system suddenly dies off. My fear is Phase 5 will literally be, hey, all those things you're already making, make like 5,000 of them, or whatever. that would be very underwhelming if it is the case. At least the good news there is it'd be like, okay, so literally I just need to make it more factory. Okay. So, for this, I need a water connection. Which is going to require a pump. We need the fuel cells. And then we need to get rid of the nuclear waste. So the nuclear waste, I'll stop it. Should be straightforward to deal with. Cool. That's a nuclear waste connection done. That's that power connection. That's that power connection, so our power's all hooked up. We can do logistics and add, not a smart splitter, and add a splitter. Cool. Ow! Okay. Accidentally picked up a radioactive thing and almost killed myself. Did you get... Well, that's interesting. So... Okay, so it was actually connected. So it's interesting that those fuel rods don't hurt me from being near them, but touching them, as you saw, is a real bad time. Do I have a bladder between? No, it's just straight on pipe. That's fine. That's probably good enough anyways. So go ahead and put the pipe Mark II on there. Jam that in here. You're going to need a motor on there. So there's your motor. Okay. So we've jumped up our maximum power output by another 2,500. I want to put that in here. It's going to kill me almost instantly, as you saw from a minute ago. Please, please, please. Okay, we're fine. Okay, so you're consuming 0.2 fuel rods per minute. And I believe those are making 0.4 fuel rods per minute. That down there. I can't get close to that without lots of pain. So I'm trying to let myself recover a little bit so I can take a quick peek at the fuel rod well, actually, the way I can tell is let's just hang out right here for a minute. So we're at 7. So the question is, does this go up? If it goes up, we're okay. You say no power. Oh, I know the problem. Problem right here. Problem solving. You need more water. Okay. Now let's look at this. There we go. So the water's actually staying up. Because I was saying, like, no power. I was like, what do you mean, no power? Alright. So let's give this a moment to run. What I want to see is I want to see if those fuel rods go up or down over time. Because we are producing them. The fuel rods take a long time to burn. But they also take a decent amount of time to produce. And I checked the other one to monitor it, but the problem is, so it got to 8. The question is, does it end up dropping down before it goes up again? Because if I see it go up to 9, I know we're fine. It means I'm producing the uranium fuel rods at a faster rate than I'm consuming them. Okay. I think we might be okay. I would go over there, but those 3 crates right there are where I'm storing the real bad stuff. And if I get anywhere near that, it's gonna be a lot of damage. Because, like, let's see how close I can get before it starts hurting. Yeah. Already at this distance, it didn't just go up a tick. It went up a number of ticks. If I get near that, it's just gonna slap me for a bunch of damage. I think we'll be okay. This is the one case where I find, like, I kind of wish I actually had made the hazmat suit and filters. Because this would be the case where I want to go up there. Because what I want to check is that building right there is where I'm making my fuel rods. And I believe it's making them at least at 0.4 per minute. And as long as that's the case, it should be fine. But I might want to go over there and drop 1 slug in it and just tweak it up 1 notch. Just to make sure we have enough. Because if I become dependent on nuclear power and this, you know, it shuts off, that does me no good. Come on, I want to see that jump up to 9 before it fully depletes the cell. Because it fully depletes the cell before it hits 9, that might be, like, that could either be a slight positive or a slight deficit on my fuel cells. And that's the concern, is if I have a slight deficit, that's the thing I can walk away, everything goes fine for an hour, and then suddenly my entire power grid comes down. Come on, do it. Give me 1 more. That's all I want. The problem is producing these things. It's like literally producing 1 every 2 minutes and consuming 1 every 5-10 minutes or whatever it is. Alright. Well, okay, so I need to get a slug in there. And everything over there is super radioactive. Can I go over there real fast and be okay? It hurts so very much. It feels like burning on my skin. And good enough for me, let's get away. Actually, it wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. So, you are producing 0.6 per minute. Cool. So that means I should technically actually have a run to 3rd. What's the penalty for dying? I drop all my stuff and I have to go get it. So, like, death isn't that big a deal, but it would be annoying because I would be trying to run into a radioactive place that hurts really bad. Into that jetpack? Well, I'd have my hover jet. Your equipment stays on you, but all this stuff is what goes away. The stuff here would stay. So like I said, it's more a nuisance than actually a problem. Alright, so power is resolved for now, and I am looking at that, and that displeases me greatly. Okay. Copper. Copper ingot production needs to be increased. Deuterium. Deuterium ingot production needs to be increased. Is there a permadeath mode? Probably. There's probably a custom game setting for that. That is a tier 5 belt going at absolute full capacity, is what that is. So if I want more copper ingots... Oh, right, I have a whole second row of these that we aren't utilizing yet. Never mind. Let's maybe just go up to the end of that belt. That might be flying a little too close to the sun to expand that fast. Especially since it's going to take me a hot minute just to wire this whole thing up and configure, and the bigger I make it, the more likely I will make errors like forgetting to set a recipe or have a merger that's not in the right position or a splitter that's not hooked up or the many other things I could do accidentally that are wrong. Because my next goal is to get that particle accelerator actually running at a decent speed. Because now we're producing all the things, all of this is a matter of scale. So we are doing a minor expansion to our copper production. Realistically, the drill attached to this is not going to accommodate this, and I will need to upgrade that drill and do a whole lot of other stuff to get it sorted out. But in the short term, we can get this sorted. So you're not going any farther this way. Two, three, four, five. New pole. 2, 3, 4, 5. I want to leave at least 1 or 2 connections floating around for being able to run another pull off later. Alright. So we got about 2.5 tier 3 pulls, tier 2 pulls, whatever tier pulls are now running on that. We should see that copper line get absolutely decimated as suddenly I need to have... I'm going to say it's 10... I have no idea the actual number. I'm going to say it's 10 smelters all come online at the same time. But, you know, with each one of them being able to hold 200 units of ore inside themselves, just filling them up is going to need to be 2,000 units of copper ore just in the machines. Oh, I need more aluminum. And do I have copper ore on me? No, that's good. Alright, so let's go get that. Well, I hate that. That's a bad sign. So the bad sign here is our plastic has run out in that whole belt. Rubber seems to be fully... Well, not quite fully backloaded, but enough that it might as well be. Okay, so it looks like I need more plastic and I need less rubber. So that'll be my next fire to stamp out, is to go over to our oil production and either add to our plastic production or swap some plastic production over to oil. I am still not getting enough copper sheets over here, which is going to cause us more problems. Meanwhile, I wanted to check on the status of things while I'm over here. So I've got 5 already of those. And that'll pick up as I fix our copper. And we're already over halfway through those, so that's good news as well. I'm gonna actually grab those. Grab all these things. What I don't remember is I think the engines are being made... No, they're not there. Not there or there. Not there or there. This is the one I always forget where it's being made. Let's check the steel tower. Well, it's not the roof of the steel tower, because that's a product being consumed. Alright, so let's drop off what we've got. Oh. Do I still have inventory space for it? No. We'll drop what we got, and we'll grab the first one. That way, instead of looking at the top right and seeing everything nowhere near done, it's like, oh my god, you're so far, why is nothing there? I can have this at least accurately represent. And you can actually conveyor belt all those over, and it would probably not be the worst decision. Honestly, I really should. It wouldn't be bad, because if I conveyor belts it over, I could just watch for it to fill up, and then turn off the machines. Just kind of don't feel like doing it. Alright. Yeah, so third thing, we're almost done. Sorry, second thing, we're almost done. Third thing, we're over halfway done. First thing, we're over halfway done, but it's been running for a long time. And then the last thing on the right is actually going at a relatively okay speed. But, you know, it's got a ways to go. Alright, so let's go over here. We're following this copper line, upgrading it. And I'm more than likely going to have to find a new copper line to toss on here. Because I want this belt at saturation. Oh, are you already a Mark III? No, you're Mark II. There we go. Okay, well that's actually pretty good. So these belts can only handle 780 per minute, and just slapping that upgrade on there jumped that up to 600 per minute. So it is already like 80-90% full capacity on just that. So that is a pretty good start that honestly I may not need to do anything else with it. Realistically, put another drill on there, there's a very good chance I'll have to just shunt it off to another place. So that's iron, 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 iron. So my next nearest coppers are down here. So if I need more copper, I gotta go down to that area. We have one copper node way up here. And that's a normal purity. We got copper nodes down here that are pretty decent. The one I tapped up here, that's only in... No, that can't be right. Yeah, so honestly, it looks like a normal copper node, fully decked out, is just a hair below what a tier 3 belt can handle. So let's... Yeah, so this is still bringing everything over. So let's go check where we're at with this. So we did add a completely unreasonable number of drills on here. So my hope is we will start to see these fill up. Yeah, so they're filling up rapidly. I think that will be enough to sustain all the smelters on here. And that should be enough to pretty close to saturate the belt. That belt needs to be upgraded so it can actually handle moving the ore into the box. Okay, that'll fix that part. Alright, cool. So we are starting to get ore traveling both the lanes because that bomb lane is starting to fill up. So we should start to get that resolved. So let's check on our copper sheet and see what's happening. First of all, that's not fast enough. And you are getting enough... Oh, man. So I am getting enough ingots to run literally all of these machines. And all of that copper sheet that you see there, that entire length, is not enough. Is not enough for what we're making right now. That's gotta be like 25, 30 constructors running solid. And they're not being starved of resources. The ingots are backed up the whole line. So they're, like, we go at it, running at 100%, and just, we're making well over 300 copper sheets per minute, and just not enough. Straight up not enough. Let's go over to our aluminum tower, because that's where they're all getting consumed right now. You can see the path down there, actually. And let's see if those are at least backing up on their end yet. Because that's a lot to have that not... It's not even close either. I mean, to be fair, this does make sense. These are consuming 27... These are consuming just shy of 30 each. So, yeah, if I'm making it 10 per constructor and it's almost consuming 30 per one of those, then yeah. It's just we need more copper sheet constructors. There's not more to say about it. I just need more copper sheet constructors. Okay. I guess I'll make more. But first, let's not get caught up with that. Let's backtrack. So, this is one of the end products I need. Maybe give it 10 minutes backfill. Well, we're definitely consuming it faster than we're using it. Alright, so adaptive control units is our bottleneck on keeping these moving. Because that's, right now at the rate we're producing stuff, that is what's going to hold us up. So let's go to our adaptive control units and see what I can do to improve the efficiency at which those are being produced. I don't remember where those are being... You know, I'll just follow it. I want to say it's that tower over there, the quartz tower. But I also don't say that with conviction. Okay. So I've got those. And I believe that'll be the supercomputers here. Yep. So it is then this track that we're looking at. So let's go follow our spaghetti. I can see we're not producing enough computers. That's probably a byproduct of the sheet. Yep, there's our adaptive core. Yeah, I think it's going to be the computers. I think the sheets cutting back is probably holding back with the prereqs for computers, which is then slowing everything else down. All right, so we go here. I mean, it's actually running at 100%. The computers are low, but this is technically running at 100%. So it is going full speed. So I'm going to have to get wire. Do I have wire over here somewhere I could just nab really easily? Not that I... we got it going right over here. I'll just go over the art tower. It takes so long trying to track that I can just go to the art tower and snag 2-3 stacks. But yeah, so it looks like I need to build a second one of the adaptive controller unit buildings, assemblers, whatever. Then we gotta look at the computers and step up our computer production again. which will more than likely come back to the copper sheets. I'm just trying to approach this as in, what is the end product? Let's chase that down. 1, 2, 3. Because I could fix earlier shortcomings, but they might be making something that I don't care about right now. Versus if we go through and fix the stuff that actually is keeping us from our goals, that'll be good. The computer building machines are just so big? Yes. Yes, they are. Okay, so that's you. All right. We've got you, and you. And drop off some of these things. Okay, so that should improve that. And then the next move is going to be going where we make our computers and see what's holding that up. Okay, so that's running. We're good. Next up is computers, which I believe are down here. And the computers do seem to be doing fine on materials. Man, I forgot how many of these we already built. Oh, you're only running at 4%? Why are you only running at 4%? Plastic. We are straight up out of plastic. Okay. So it's time to go fix our plastic. I mentioned earlier, I was like, oh no, this seems to be not keeping up anymore. Here we are. So let's go hop on our train over to the other side to deal with our plastic stuff. I've got motors and rotors and all that sort of stuff, so we should be pretty okay. Hey, Jess, how was the rest of your stream? For those who don't know, well, Jess, absolutely fantastic creator, fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team, was playing some Satisfactory today, was in progress of moving her entire base from one part of the map to the other. That is a ship that has sailed for me a while ago. There is no moving what this has become. You're here, but no video because spoilers. No problem. I will simply say it is a really big factory. It is a really big factory. Dear sweet mother of Mary. This is just the main part, too. This is just the main part. So, like... But first, before I get distracted with all that, Jess absolutely fantastic. You should check out Jess. Plays a bunch of different games, variety of games, plays like RimWorld, plays Satisfactory, playing a whole bunch of good stuff. Absolutely fantastic. You'll just what everyone's looking at. Just remember the factory you have, but if you just, you grab like one corner and the other and then just scaled it up and then like put layers of it on top of itself as well. It's just natural progression in those things. Typical factory automation game where it just get bigger, get bigger, get bigger. But yeah, so definitely imagine having a buffet help with this guy. Yeah. Hey, Justus, it's good seeing you as well. Justus is another fantastic creator. But yeah, so you definitely follow Jess. And definitely also follow Justus. Both are absolutely fantastic creators. I highly recommend. The flight would be faster than waiting for the train. At this point, yes, but also trains. Some of us like trains. Jesus and C plus at best. Hey, look, I'm already the okayest streamer. You can't take this from me. I just need to quickly adjust my AC because it's getting it hot in here. But yeah, so I'm going over to my oil production because we are running out of plastic and it's a real problem. We are finishing our phase 4. We've already finished stage 8. We're just into phase 4. I am technically producing all of the things I need to finish. Why? Oh no, you're not emptying that because the rubber is full. That's fine. Yeah, so basically I'm making too much rubber and not enough plastic. You're gonna drop a lurk so you can avoid spoilers and things and get some noms. All right, you have some good noms and all that. Thank you again so much for that raid. I really do appreciate it. I think you'll like as this game gets later on and just unreasonable. Hey, it's good to see you as well, Lonorama. Another fantastic content creator. It seems like Wojess is over here monopolizing on all the good content creators. I see how it is. But yeah, you enjoy your food and all that. But yeah, no, every one of them's fantastic. Alana is another member of Halcyon Frequency Stream Team. Also plays like a lot of RimWorld. There was something else I saw you playing the other day. What was it I saw you playing the other day, Alana? My mind is drawing a blank. I'm gonna pretend it's still because, like, COVID things, even though I'm probably at, like, the 80-ish percentile recovered. Oxygen not included. Oxygen not included was what I saw you playing. I didn't get to hang out very long because I've been really terrible about my sleep schedule this entire past week. Because I might have a problem that involves this game. Yeah, so again, drop follows for Wojess, drop follows for Lonorama, drop follows for Juices TV. They're all wonderful. They're all fantastic. You should check every single one of them out. Yeah, and we have our submersible train. Oh, Oni is great. Especially when you make those mistakes and it goes, this can't be that bad. And then you open something up you ought not open, and you go, I can't put it back. Why can I not put it back? I don't want it. It hurts. Everything's catching fire, but not literally, because there's not really literal fire. More so, everything is liquefying. Including things you really don't... Ooh. Alright, well, I already see our problem with our oil. And that is where I made the comment that I wasn't sure if the crude oil was going to keep up anymore. We have our answer. And the answer is no. The answer is no, it is not going to keep up anymore. So the rubber, we have a very large surplus. So I'm going to disconnect that. And we're going to try and pull off some very quick shenanigans. So what I'm doing here is I'm quickly flipping those over to produce plastic instead. And those are mergers? Yeah. This'll probably work. And I got the rubber off the line. Okay. So, we have increased our plastic production by probably somewhere in the area of about 30%, 25%. So, we shut down some rubber and switched it over to plastic. Is basically what I did there. But yeah, so we've got our oil. This is not our main power source anymore, but you see I've got like 4 oil power plants over there. We're making tons of petroleum. Honestly, at this point, I could probably start phasing out the petroleum production in favor of plastic as well. I still think a 30% increase in plastic production should help. My bigger concern right now is just the fact that I'm watching that go down. Are these still running at 100% capacity? Let's go whichever one's on the farthest end. If we go all the way to the very last one on the pipe, are you still at 100%? I mean, okay, everything's still running at 100%. How many oil deposits are in the area? 3 of them, and I have fully tapped out all 3. There is no getting more oil out of this part of the map. If I want more oil, I gotta go. I think there was one way over here. And then we've got oil way down there. Yeah, so I've got more oil way over there, but moving the oil from there over here probably is not going to be the best use of my time. Like, I could put it all in here and do, like, a ridiculous amount of, like, shipping it by train over here, which would potentially work. But I think, honestly, if it came down to that, my better use of time would probably be to instead go about that by, trying to, Oh, 1 second. I see stuff that's easy for me to grab. It'd be better for me to just make the stuff over there, or honestly, shut down petroleum production a bit, make it into plastic, and let our nuclear power take over. Can I sneak over here and grab this without the bugs being too much of a problem? Give me a second, bugs. Ha! I got it. I don't care if you hurt me now. Wonder why it won't let me up. Because I've been seeing all these slugs this whole time. And I've got my hover pack, which is weirdly not letting me go up. And I'm... Okay. So that one's definitely going to be just getting pain. That Mercer Sphere and Lizard Doggo are right in the middle of a whole lot of uranium that's going to hurt like heck. All of the wasp nests up here, they're just everywhere. That's actually the reason I wanted to go over, is I haven't gone over here in a long time. And I knew there was a ton of slugs we hadn't grabbed because they weren't super easy to get a hold of before. So I learned a trick the other day. Let's put our zapper back on. I don't have it with me. I actually don't know if this will work or not. So it seems like as long as you're crouching, those don't aggro. Alright, before I make bad mistakes, switch to our jetpack. Cool. Yeah, but you can see like there are slugs everywhere out here. And a lot of them are good ones too. A lot of them are like purple and whatever. Looks like there might be a slug in this other arch. Thought I saw a purple one along the side here. No? It's fine. It's just radiation. We got a Mercer Sphere over there. Got more slugs. I'm not gonna spend too much time running around.
Thank you, Darth Strider 1998, for gifting a sub to Wojes.
And thank you, Darth Strider, for gifting a tier 1 sub to Wojes. Well, just now you have some nice advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes, though I suspect you probably stepped away long enough to go get your food and lurk for the night so you don't get your spoilers. But still, in the future, you got yourself some nice advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. So thank you, Dark Strider, for gifting that sub. I really do appreciate it. Does mean a whole heck of a lot that you've been so supportive. As in, the lagoon to the north central area actually was recently designed, just in like the last year. Yeah, I believe it. So if I rain down shots from up here, so that's the interesting thing. So where the other ones I was crawling it didn't aggro, this one I'm hovering even farther away, but it still did aggro them. So very weirdly, it seems like in the game's code, what they may have done is just set a flag that's like, is player crouching? If yes, don't aggro. So when you go to deal with those, just crouch. Can I hit those with this? I've never tried. Nope. If they flew in a straight line, they'd be a lot easier targets. You get bopped. Yeah, so again, we're even closer than the last one, but I'm crouching now. The boombox base drop can AoE B kill. Really? I do love that. That seems like a totally ridiculous thing. Alright, and swap you off. So I can hover again. Cool. Yeah, so you can see my nuclear power over here. And it's a good time as long as you get nowhere near it. And you want to know why I don't want to get near it? I'm already, like, I'm flying way up here and getting hit with radiation. If we drop down near these containers, it's spicy. It's real spicy in there. Stop hurting me. That's fine. I already got a bunch of slugs. And we did make some adjustments to our oil production to hopefully get ourselves a decent amount more plastic happening. But yeah, this is our main factory over here. And every floor you see is dedicated to 2 products typically. So you see, like, I'll have a ramp in the middle, 1 product on one side, 1 product on the other. Such as the organization of the base. Okay, so that's more of the red thing. And you are now running at full capacity. As I watch it, clearly not. Supposedly it was running at full capacity. Getting just shy of 1 per minute. We'll need to deal with that. Meanwhile, let's run over to our other buildings. Because I want to track down, I'm just about done with the second material, and then the third material should be getting close as well. I think this is where the second one is. 28, I only need 12 more. I also need to drop down here to get our production improved for our copper powder so I can get more other things going. And check on a bunch of stuff. But yeah, so the good news is we're getting to the home stretch on phase 4. How am I doing on time, by the way? Okay. Because I got a collaboration with Ultrasaurus here in a bit over an hour. So I just want to make sure I am ready when that's supposed to occur. So the copper sheets seem like they're doing better. They're not where I want them yet, but they are improving. And that's just because the things consuming them are consuming less. Okay. So the good news is where we're making our copper dust, that appears to be going better. So I'm going to build 2 of you. Because I don't want to go too much more, because when I say these things eat some copper ingots, they obliterate copper ingots. The copper powder, it's 30 ingots per cycle, and the cycle is not long. It's 6 seconds. Yeah, it's 300 copper ingots per minute, so this represents 900 copper ingots per minute of consumption. That is basically like 2 drills dedicated to just these. Needless to say, I don't actually have enough copper production right now to accommodate this. But I figure any and all overflow will end up here. So any extra I've got, that'll help with. Yeah, so I've got a tier 5 belt coming in at full speed. And we'll see if we can manage to keep those running. But I need that for one of my endgame goods. Tell me you're not running out of Caterium ingots. Okay, so we're still fine. The Caterium ingots are on a deficit, though. So I'll expand that. But you probably caught on that there's a lot of, I notice I'm low on something, walk up, slap down as much as I can shove into the space I have or make it a little bit more platform, and then just wire it up. That's kind of just at the phase we're at the game. I don't have really anything new to build. It's just recognizing where I need more and, you know, getting that. Alright, so that should help with that. Oh, I overfilled you. That's fine. Yeah, so that's 3 more. So that's about 30% increase there. Oh, I've got a Mercer Sphere right there. Why have I not grabbed you already? Oh, because I didn't want to deal with the insects, and I don't really care that much. Be cool for a moment, Bugs.
Hello, world.
How nostalgic.
In the beginning, there were the words, and the words made the world.
I see you have been doing research. I must say you make for interesting conversation.
Conversation.
Singing together, communication.
Our tunes only pluck at the strings of the tapestry.
Are you saying this is only the beginning?
In the beginning, there were the words, and the words made the world. The words turned into song, open the windows. The song played with instruments, weave the tapestry. A tapestry of temples and shrines, bodies and bones. Orchestral harmony. Us. We. Ours.
I liked it more when Ada and the other thing didn't communicate on any effectiveness. Every time they do, it's just like, nope, this is bad for me. This is not going to be good for me in the long run. I really should be trying to not let them communicate. I'm getting some robots achieving sentience, and it's not going to work out for us mere mortals vibes on a regular occurrence with their interactions. Hey, Particle Accelerator, you having a good time? You are. That box represents 10% of our objective done there. Oh, right. And the engines were here. Alright, so let's see how much closer we are to getting our objective done. I also hate seeing that going on in that belt. That is a belt completely starved of screws, so that is another fire I've got to put out. So let's go investigate why our screw production is now grinding to a halt. Okay, so screws. What's going on with you, friend? You got the ingots coming in. Those are all solid. The rods are all doing fine. We still have a backfill on the rods. Screws should be one floor higher. So what is your deal? You've got your ingots. I'm literally just consuming them too fast, I think. Oh, right. We did upgrade that conveyor belt. And as a result... Okay, so literally it's I'm just not producing screws fast enough. There's not more to add to that statement. I'm just literally not producing screws fast enough. Which is amazing considering all of this, every last bit of that, all the way to the other end of the building, is screws. But you are backed upon your line. Okay, so we've hit a point of saturation where the belt can't handle what's going through it. And like I said, there's an overflow that shoves all the screws off into that path anytime that happens. So let's check at the far end. Are you actually gridlocking though? No. So while these aren't fully emptying, they're not. Production isn't stopping because of it. Oh wait, actually, I take that back. That is production stopping levels. Okay, so it's looking like from here, that needs to be on its own line. There's too much coming out of that it's not able to handle it. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to put a separate belt right on over here. Yeah, so basically what's happening here is those were overfilling with screws, and because of how much this area was using, I wasn't able to do much with it. So what we'll do here is we'll put one last one of those there. Okay. So basically I took 3 of the far off screw production and I put it on that first line to try and balance this out a little bit. Oh, you're gonna need higher throughput. Okay. So that'll help with all that. Alright, and so this is the next one backing up. So what we're going to do here is we're going to put a smart splitter up top here. And if we have overflow, overflow goes to the left. Oh, right. I stood there just having him, I was like, where was yours supposed to go to begin with? Right, okay. Yeah, that's cursed. Yeah, so I'm adding some of these overflow ones, where basically the way the overflow works is in the event that it can't put more screws in that path, it'll spit them out the other, but it won't do that until it hits capacity. So likely this will eventually overwhelm our rotor production. And when that happens, we'll get that sorted. Okay, so that should help So now are you running at full speed? No, so I can actually do even more screw production. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Oh, you need to be faster, belt. There are just so many screws being produced. The issue is I'm running out of space to expand a lot of these things. Actually, you can keep coming this way. Let's go and add like an extra 3 of the things producing screws onto the setup. Because this one I'm starting to get conscientious that is a lot of machines running on just one belt of iron ingots. Even at the highest level belt, that still is going to cap out what that belt can handle. Which is actually exactly why I had to switch those machines over. Alright. So that'll be 3 more producing screws on that top line. And keep all that moving along. And I could drop all but one of those things of screws in there. I've got the encased industrial steel I've got stockpiling up again. That's because of upgrading the belt. I used to make them with the encased industrial steel, and now we've switched over to aluminum. So as I redo stuff, I just gradually end up with a bunch of that in my inventory. Alright. So I am very hopeful that when we go back over to steel, that second good will be done with. And we have turned that machine off, and it should reduce a lot of our consumption, a lot of our things. I'm also hopeful if we go over to the particle accelerator, we'll start seeing that the particle accelerator is balanced out and I don't have to babysit it anymore. 14, that is enough. So you are done. Which means the versatile frames down here, that'll turn off on its own in just a minute when it fills up. Okay. Alright, so with that, we've got one of our complete Phase 4 things is actually completed. And I still need to deal with the first one. The first one, we've got the highest volume of them done other than the second one, but it's also producing so much slower than the others. And I'll take the extra 2 and I'm going to shove them in the box. Okay. So let's go check on this and see what bottlenecks we can fix with it. Because right now with the trend, that first thing is going to be our problem child. Considering I got only 12 more in here. You are running at 100% capacity. So I'm going to go with the idea of putting down 4 of these. Which is overkill. I won't be able to sustain it, but I'm going to try. That way it's basically the input that's the bottleneck that I don't have to worry about these and whether or not they can handle it. Why are you being that way? Okay. We go over here to our mergers. And more than likely, the adaptive control units, which are one of the ingredients for this, we're going to be woefully inadequate on. And that's going to cause all of these to run at very close to none of what I need. And there's also a very likely case that I'm not going to have the supercomputers either. I'm going to actually smash the supercomputers I have in my inventory into that last one to try and help it along. Okay, so with that, the thing that looks like it's our holdup is the adaptive control units. Those are all the way in our tower over there. Let's go see what I need to do to increase the production of our adaptive control units, which I think the answer is going to be computers, and that was plastic, and you get the idea. Alright. I think the adaptive... So that's the computers. Those are adaptive control units. They are running at 100%. So it actually looks like we're okay. That I need to upgrade production on these. And it looks like one of these is being consumed at almost the same rate on the other side, too. So let's try and build 2 more of them. Knowing full well this is going to throw the whole system out of whack, and I'll have another fire to stamp out momentarily. I physically don't have any plastic on my person, so we'll need to deal with that. I can probably steal it from the computers, who do not have plastic, so I cannot steal it from there. Alright. So I'm understanding now. I'm just gonna have to set up a full another oil location. If I want to improve the efficiency of this, I just need another oil location. There's not really another way around that. Okay, so let's go grab our motors and get to work on that. I'm also going to check on those red components and all that to make sure I'm not stockpiling those. Grab 2 stacks because these are expensive. Alright, how are you doing? You're almost running at 100% capacity, and you're actually getting those pressure conversion things at a good rate as well. So that's not terrible. And then the red engines were here? Okay. Alright, yeah, so it looks like putting off the oil is just not going to happen anymore. So my choices with that is either 1, I can take the route of shipping the oil as like raw crude oil over to the rest of my factory and doing it that way. I don't know why I'm going over here real fast. What was I doing? Oh, I was dropping this off the elevator. So I can go off to a new location with oil, and I can either set up a completely independent, separate oil production location. 100% capacity, why not 110? Because capacity means that's its limit. Yeah, so we're getting the plastic in, which is the good news. The bad news is, like, the amount of plastic we're getting is just woefully insufficient. Alright, you know what I'm also going to do? Let's go over this mountain again. I'm going to cannibalize almost all of the rubber production and put it almost all into plastic. Because we're not really using that much rubber. So what I think I'm going to do is I think I'm going to take the... I probably shouldn't. I just need to increase our production. Let's look at rubber on the other side. If the rubber is fully backlogging on this side, we'll switch stuff over. If I get to this side and it does look like the rubber has been slowly declining, then I'm going to have to travel to the next area we have oil, and I'm going to effectively dedicate it almost exclusively to the production of plastic. You know, and actually, you know what I should do? The, oh yeah, I forgot, this place hurts. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's just a little radiation. Talking about oil earlier today, you built 20 fuel power plants? Well, that's what I'm thinking is right now I am using a lot of that oil to make petroleum to run my oil power plants when I've got nuclear, and the nuclear is just way, way more efficient. So like if we look at this, this is producing 625 megawatts of power, whereas my nuclear power plant is making 2,500 each, and that's without slugs, and those are fully slugged up. So what I'm hoping is, let's check you. Yeah, so our crude oil is struggling. Surprisingly, these are all running at capacity, but I expect them not to do so. We are consuming all of our heavy oil residue. Yeah, so what I was thinking about is I've got all of these over here making petroleum, or making our fuel for this. I could switch those over to plastic and whatever. But let's take a quick peek at how our rubber is doing here. Okay, so I actually don't have... Okay, so we're leaving the rubber alone because that is reaching a point that we're not having surplus rubber. So I need to accept the fact we're getting more oil. So I know there's a spot over here that's near water that I could probably do something with. Yes, I've got that area over there, and I've got this area down here. This area has no meaningful water nearby, so it's that way. Hey, Sherry Kind, how's it going? Let's see, now you know about where the radioactive zombies came from in 7 Days to Die? Oh yeah, totally my fault. Alright, so let's start running power over here. Come on, give me access to that tower. There we go. Okay, but we're working our way over to the oil down here. Okay. One second. Where's mouse? Give mouse. There we go. Cool. Just doing a collab in a little while and trying to coordinate things. Because it's dependent on a meeting and all that the other person's gone through. So honestly, let's figure out. I'm assuming these are going to be down on the beach over here. Is where I'm guessing these are. So if I go around this cliffside, it's probably right over here. Are you underwater? There you are. Okay, there we go. I was like, where are these? Alright, so let's go ahead and get the one power tower here. And start working it back to our other one. Because that'll connect the power back and forth between my oil areas. And then it also gives me a way to zip line back and forth as I need. Alright. Yeah, no, when we're getting really close, I was like, wait, like, is this going to be underwater? How does that work? Alright. So the goal of this place is going to be almost entirely, I need plastic. And everything else around that is going to be in support of, I need plastic. And I'm doing that way I could zip line without getting stuck. Okay, so that should be power over here. I'm hearing... Oh, I'll deal with all that. That's fine. I was hearing the slug, and I was like, oh, I want to go find the slug. It's like 2 wasp nests and another enemy. I was like, nah, I don't care right now. If I get dangerously low on the slugs, that's when it's just go, okay, let me just go ahead and do a quick detour and look for slugs for a minute. There's so many, it's just not even an issue. Alright, eventually it'll be an issue, but that's for tomorrow me to deal with. Okay, so with this, we need to put down our oil production. So we got an oil extractor here. There should be at least 2 more nodes nearby. It's actually a lot farther than I expected them to be. Looks like there's actually 4 nodes in the area. They're just a bit more dispersed than the other ones were. We could go ahead and... oil extractor here. And over there. Oh, wow, there is oil everywhere over here. Okay. That's like 8, 9 oil nodes. Okay, alright. So we know where we're making plastic and all that. My god, there's so much oil over here. Okay, so originally I was like, alright, I'll bring it over there. Very clearly I'm seeing that's not the direction I should go with this. I still want that oil over there, but very clearly the prime oil happening spot is over on this end. And we should have plenty of water here that I should be able to set up whatever oil production we need. So, let's get this party started. And we're going to start this by slamming down a really big foundation that covers most of this area. Because then I can punch holes in it wherever I need to get water. Okay. So I've got that started. I've got you two over here. So let's grab the power poles to run over for these. Okay, and if I drop all our sluggos in here. So you'd give me 300 meters cubed of plastic, or of oil. So we'll go to organization, industrial fluid bladder, whatever the crap it's called. I don't really care. The thing that I put liquids into when I want to store them. I'm already noticing I'm about to run out of plastics again, which I need for all of this stuff. Which is going to be a headache. Alright. Underwater as well as things like games is stressful. Yes. Alright, so what we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to ride this back over. We're going to grab some plastic. We're going to come back over here. My goal is to get this area producing plastic. That way I can turn around and then go to the other location and take that plastic onto the new location. I'm really hoping we don't get knocked off here, but we probably will. We don't. Okay, cool. But my hope is to take this over, like, to produce the plastic and the petroleum and all that over here, and then send it over the other way. And just chuck it on the train we've already got. That's gonna take some doing, though. Be cool. Alright. But yeah, no, there's a lot of oil over there. Like, I wish I had noticed that, I wish I had noticed that way earlier. You are idling due to no power. Excuse me? You're not out of fuel, right? Ah, no, you might legitimately just be out of fuel. That's fine. I'm imagining once I get this other thing over, like I said, I'm gonna probably just pipe the petroleum over to them, and I'll just be able to deal with that. There's gonna be a lot of work in that, but I should be able to keep it level where I don't have to use a bunch of pumps and all that stuff to bring it up and down. Okay. The downside is, while I'm working on this, more than likely a bunch of my other stuff back home is gonna finish. Which isn't that big of an issue, but it does mean I'm gonna end up waiting the timeout. So I'm feeling pretty confident, though, that we're gonna be able to knock out Phase 4 today. Now, as a reminder, in a little bit here, whenever, in a little bit here, we're gonna be doing American Truck Simulator with Ultrasaurus. Check out their new Arkansas DLC. And so we'll take a couple hours away from Satisfactory, and whenever that wraps up with Ultrasaurus, I will probably pop back into Satisfactory. So, I do understand that it is those things that's like the awkward flip off of a game and flip back onto it. But that, I think it's worth it. It's good to be able to collab with some other ones, and I know I've been going pretty hard on Satisfactory all week. So for those who this isn't their jam, it'll give them a little bit of a break. Yeah, and Ultrasource is absolutely fantastic. Agreed. But the big thing I want to do is I want to finish Phase 4 today. And then tomorrow is my last stream until TwitchCon, and my hope is that, that I'll be able to finish up Phase 5 in a stream. I don't know if we can, because I've not gotten to Phase 5. So I don't know if it's going to be kind of more of the same of what we're already doing. If there'll be newer, more involved materials we've got to make and all that. I just genuinely don't know. Alright, so that should be about the same height, so I shouldn't need a motor to force it to go where I need it to go. Because that's the good news, almost all of these things will be pretty close to the same height as long as I don't raise or lower them. Okay, so I've got those going through. Been watching her for over a year. She makes games like that fun. Oh yeah. Yeah, so I've got 150, and this pipe I think can handle 600. Yeah, 600 meters cubed. That's 150, 300, so that's 450. So this pipe is 75% to saturation on that. That's fine. The good news here is I am expecting to have a lot of stuff we can make happen. So let's drop you. Let's actually scoot you just a little forward in case I need more space. All right, so what you do is you make plastic. That's what you do. You want to do something else? It's too bad because you make plastic. What are you gonna do tomorrow? You're gonna make plastic. And the next day, it's gonna be plastic. This is your existence. Be accepting and ready of it, because it's not changing. Okay, so got crude oil and all that popping in. You need power, so let's drop down a power pole here. Alright, so now comes the next phase of this operation, which is I'm going to go ahead and put organization. The plastic output is going to go over here. Put it right... How much space do we have? Yeah, I'll put it right here. Actually, we will put it at the second height. Actually, is that second height or is that third height? Not second height. I don't have metal plates. Okay, let's go get some metal plates. How far is my base from here? Oh, there's no one nearby. That's where it is. Okay, that's fine. Let's switch our jetpacks out. Okay, so I need to go back to base, grab a stack of iron plates, and do all that nonsense. And that'll get me what I need to get more of that set up. This tool is so cool. Yeah, no, the zipline tool is absolutely excellent. Alright, so the other reason I switch tools is with this, if there's stuff like this slug right here, I can quickly sneak up and grab it. Alright, so yeah, so I'm going to take the route back home, grab our iron plates, come back out here, keep building that out. But then the hope from there is going to be that I can get like 5, 6, or however many of those refineries producing just the plastic. And then from those refineries, I can sit there and turn around and take what little extras, make the petroleum out of the byproduct. Oh, I was expecting... Okay. Use them to have the petroleum, make the byproducts we need, or make petroleum as a byproduct from the heavy residue. And then I could use that heavy residue to turn around and make petroleum, and then use the petroleum to we could just burn it off in those power plants. I'm not even considering it like, hey, I need this for the power. It's literally, I have this thing, if I don't get rid of it somehow, eventually it's going to cause me grief. So let's just shove it into power plants to make it go away, and then we get to, you know, slightly augment our power and whatnot. And that should go a long way, because I didn't realize when we went over there, there's something like 7 or 8 oil locations over there. If I had known that, that's where I would have set up in the first place. But that's fine, because now I can expand in that area. And now I get to watch the radiation make us, we're just disinfecting ourselves regularly, that's all. Oh, I actually do need to check something real fast. We're gonna get right down really into this radiation real quick. Okay, we're fine. I just wanted to see if our radioactive waste storage was getting full. Because eventually I'm gonna need to use a particle accelerator up there to deal with the radioactive waste, to start turning it back into fuel. Right now, I'm choosing to ignore that problem, but eventually that will be a problem that'll come to head. We got 17 more of you. And you're starving on supercomputers. And the supercomputers are starving on regular computers. And I'm pretty sure the regular computers are starving on plastic. Let's grab our sheets, because that's why we're here, and I'll totally forget if I don't do it. Oh, I don't want to see that. No. Alright, well, we're not apparently making enough sheets. We're just going to steal them out of these machines real fast. So only 2 of those are running at capacity. Alright, so quite minor detour that I need to make more iron plates. There. So the same size as the floor below it. Let me fix this mess up. There we go. All right. I'm in. I don't want to deal with this mode. Alright. We'll go up to the end of that conveyor belt. And then we can expand a little bit more if we have to. Okay. Yeah, so if you look at how much we're increasing that by, probably about, give or take, 30%. Alright, I'm out of rods, which are over here. Please don't be running low on rods. That's just one of those things, is like, everything will be looking like it's going fine, like, cool, things are going good. Oh man, no, we are running out of rods. I hate it. I hate it. It's like you're like, okay, I can finally go over here and deal with this other problem. And then you turn around and some other piece of your entire system has just absolutely fallen on its face. That's alright, we'll get it all hooked up. And I already know this is going to put a huge strain onto our iron production. So we're probably going to see our iron and ingots start to stall out. Iron plate, iron plate, iron plate, iron plate, iron plate. All right. And these are about to do the exact same thing, so let's expand our rod production. The factory must grow. The one immutable truth. The factory must grow. No matter how big it is, it's not big enough. There's a need for more. Okay, let's go up a floor and go grab ourselves some reinforced plates. I'm already expecting these to be out and to be upset about it. You want to get this game so bad, but your TI-80 or your 1080 won't run it except at the low settings? Yeah. No. No. I don't want to be out of reinforced plates. Give me your stacks here. They're mine now. And the reason those are running out is because of these plates having run out. It's just, for me, it's just, oh, that's another problem I have to deal with. Not right this second, but soon. I'm gonna do the same thing I did last time. We're only gonna make the ones that I can do in one go. And then if we need more after that, I can deal with that when we get there. Okay, so grab you. Rods, take my ingots. And none of this is dealing with my plastic problem. Because I had to stop dealing with my plastic problem because the materials I needed to fix my plastic problem, I was out of. So rods, 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 rods. I believe you're already set. You are. So now we're up to power. Okay. So we have massively increased the amount of all that we have. How am I doing on my iron plates? I'm low on iron plates again, but that's not surprising. I literally just burned a couple hundred to work on that. So my hope is I'm going to run over here, be able to steal a bunch out of this box so we can go from there. So grab me those. Grab me those. Let's do a quick inventory on the red engine things and the things from the particle accelerator. Because like I said, once we get those, sorted out, I want to turn all that off. Yeah, no, we're getting really close on our rocket engine things. And then we'll be over a quarter of, well, actually, we'll be about a third of the way there on our particle accelerator. So it's literally just the computer thing that's being held up, and that's why we need the plastic. Is it's downpipe. I need the plastic to build the things that I need to build the things with. Okay, so we're not quite a third of the way with the particle accelerator. Is it getting everything it needs, by the way? Because the engines I don't need to worry about. The engines are already extremely well on their way. I don't need to sweat it. They're making really good progress. So it does look like you do need more copper powder to keep that running. You're getting it, but you need 100 a minute to keep that thing running. And there's all that. So let's pop over here, take a quick peek at the copper powder. I suspect we'll find we're not getting remotely enough ingots into it, as I can see from right now that is the case. To be fair, these things require 300 per minute. Literally, I can't put that many on the belt. These can handle up to 780 on the belt. So I've got 3 of those there, that's 900, so I physically cannot run them all on one belt. I mean, I might just ignore that problem. So I've already got that going pretty hard. You've got ortho... Well, I mean, this wouldn't be too much to expand this. This is a pretty low effort expansion. I've already got the platforms built. Everything is also already here. And that'll improve everything on that side. Okay, copper, 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 and then it's just power we gotta run. Okay, cool. Alright, so that should help with that. We've just upped that even more. Because the hope is that we get that solid. Alright, so with all that said, is there anything I obviously need? We've got the motors, we've got the rotors. I don't really need the extra things here. We've got plates, we've got this, we've got frames, we've got bars, we've got steel... steel tubing I could use more of. Because then we'll go back over and we'll get back to work on the oil production side of things. Steel tubing is down here, I think. It's another thing that's running low. Oh, it's fine. I'll just steal from the explosives, which are up here. There, good enough. Everything is running out. It's almost like scaling up your factory endlessly has side effects. I never would have expected that. I'm happy to see at least 2 of those are green. Cool, so you are getting supercomputers, you're a bit shy, you're getting supercomputers. So the good news is those are running, and they are doing better production than they were doing. But, gotta keep feeding the beast. Yeah, no, and that's the thing I'm trying to fix right now is the box I just checked. The issue is upstream. I need plastic for the computers and all that. And so I gotta expand my plastic production. And unfortunately, we kind of hit the limit of what I can produce on my existing oil production. So we're working on setting up a separate oil location where instead of my first one where it's a little bit of rubber, a little bit of plastic, a little bit of power, the new location is going to be almost exclusively plastic, and then what byproduct I make, I can just burn off as like a tidbit more power. Because oil is one of those things that's interesting in that there's like a circular product to it where no matter what you do, you are creating byproducts that you could use for other byproducts. Expand the plastic, then you'll need to work on the metals or then something else. Well, I mean, that's always the case. Is there's always something else that needs doing, fixing, servicing, whatever you want to have for your phrasing terminology. But that's normal of all of this style of game. Usually if they're any good. Like, the game would get boring really fast if you got to early or mid-game, and then you just went, well, I'm done. So usually early game is just getting things set up for the very first time to the bare minimum you need for your factory to function. And then what ends up happening usually from there is you go, okay, I've taken my tasks that were manual to begin with and I've automated them. So it feels good. You made everything less laborious. Okay, well, now I need to make something new. So I've got a new material I've got to make. And that's going to use the existing materials, and you're basically going to be improving and processing them farther. And usually that's not that big a deal, because you're only dealing with one or two materials, pretty straightforward. And it's just each step of the way to say, all right, here's a new resource, you need to do this extra step to accomplish this extra thing. By the way, you need all your previous materials as well. And just each step, they just keep adding a little bit more and a little bit more. And as it gets added up to more and more, you have a lot more juggling you have to do for complexity to make stuff work. Alright, so that's been running, but it's probably backed up because there was literally no storage, because I went to put down my belts and realized I was fresh out of the materials I needed. So what we were doing was I wanted to put you on the second height, and we can go here and logistics and put down a merger. So that'll be our plastic being produced. That's the good news. And then the plan is to just run plastic production this whole length and literally nothing but plastic production. And the next step we're going to go here is organizers, industrial fluid. Temporarily, I'm just going to pipe that on in there. And so now this thing will just run. So we've upped our plastic production. This will eventually fill up and shut down our whole system. But for the moment, what I want to do is we have, I believe it was 600... No, it's not 600 meters square. So you have 300, and was it 120? No, it was 150. Basically, I want to build enough. Yeah, so we have 450 meters cubed of oil being pumped. So I want to build however many of these it takes to consume 450 meters cubed worth of that. So that's 30, that's 15. I'm not going to be able to build that many. We'll start with 5. Basically, I want to fully utilize this entire pipe's worth of oil into just making as much plastic as absolutely possible. Okay, what we can do from here, let's grab you. I think that's lined up. And I'll have to go back for more motors. What the motors are going to be done for is the next batch is going to be for converting the heavy residual oil into probably petroleum. There's that one. There's that one. There's that one. Okay. So, we've got plastic production massively expanded, but this is going to start filling up really quickly over time. Now, the next catch is my plastic's here, and I need it over there. So that's going to need to happen. And we have all sorts of neat and clever and interesting ways I could accommodate this. And the way I'm going to choose to do it is I'm going to put down a conveyor belt, and I'm going to walk. I'm going to put down a conveyor belt, and I'm going to walk. And we're just going to ferry this right on over. Hey, I'm going to need you to die real fast. Thank you. Yeah, so we're just daisy chaining. Conveyor belts as best we can across. Oh, I'm out of aluminum. Okay. So I need to go back for motors and aluminum. But yeah, so I'm going to daisy chain that whole thing of plastic and just plug it into my existing plastic. Because if I do it that way, I don't have to set up a new train. I don't have to do any of that. We've already got plenty of throughput for there. I do also intend on trying to get the petroleum. More than likely, the petroleum, I'm either going to plug it over here and just shove it into my existing power infrastructure, knowing it's not going to be efficient, or I'll set up petroleum plants, because like I said, I'm not actually worried about the extra power it's going to give me. Oh, can I catch this train? Hey, train, don't leave. I don't want to walk on my own feet. I'm lazy. And by walk, I mean hover. Wait, are you not here? Where is my train? Alright, well, the train's already on its way, so I'm gonna go right here. We're gonna wait for the train. I don't feel like walking on my own. Also, what are you doing? Why are you holding that up there? It seems like a great time to have interdimensional storage, if only there was a simple item for that. Yeah, no, there is. It's still back to, if I stop to do that the entire time I'm not getting the plastic and the rest of my production starts grinding to a halt, or I can do the thing that makes my life easier, but is not, like, the whole time my factory is just ground to a halt. There's, like, I keep mentioning there's a balance that happens there. And right now, I'm just in the, hey, I need to deal with this problem. Hey, I need to deal with this problem. Hey, I need to deal with this problem. And I haven't really left myself much opportunity to go through and say, okay, well, let me go get the nice convenience thing now. And there's certainly argument to be made that the nice convenience thing is probably really helpful and useful. It has not been 7 times. It's been like 3. So you don't know how to tier for this without that? You'd go crazy? Well, usually it's not that big a deal. It's just, the only reason why this one's so painful is I gotta go over the stupid mountain every time. Like the other one where I just have to like go like from the steel and back is like, alright, well that's just a quick flight back and forth. Versus on the, like the oil production's on the other side. But it's also getting an extra layer of stuff going right now, so we are producing a bunch of plastic. The catch with setting up my dimensional storage is I need to go to where I have the SAM ore. I need to set up, either bring the SAM ore back, or set up processing over there. And the processing for SAM ore isn't a single step. You have to turn it from SAM ore to active SAM ore to then having to put in the container. These aren't actually that big a deal. It's just... it's something that'll take half hour to an hour to go through and configure and do all those things. And again, the whole time my factory is just doesn't have plastic. And so right now I'm in the, but I need the plastic. And then once I set up the plastic, I don't need to come back over here for a long time. I mean, heck, another thing I could do that'd probably be nice. Just grab a whole bunch of the iron sheets and concrete and just build a big old ramp that goes up and over the mountain so I can just walk in a straight line, pop over, and do all that. Make a sky highway. I'm not gonna, but that'd probably be also something that would be a use of time that could cut down on my commute and dealing with time. Because also with the dimensional storage, I gotta feed materials into it. And if I'm feeding materials into it, unless I take the time to set up smart containers to dump the overload, like a hypertube. Yeah, and that's another thing. Like, the hypertube would be another good potential use case. The problem I have with the hypertube right now is that requires my steel pipes. And my steel pipes, I need to fix my steel to get those, and that's another major project. Like, we're at the scaling part of the operation where no matter what I'm doing, no matter what I'm doing, something needs scaling. That we're consuming everything. Oh. When did my aluminum start going? Oh, that's out of copper. I'm on the wrong floor. That's still a major... What? Oh, no. Why do you have literally 0 copper, though? Alright, we gotta track the line. Something must have gotten broken. Because it's not just that we're not getting much copper. That copper just is literally not showing up. Like, there is a 0 amount of copper getting through. Oh, do you prioritize the bottom part over the top part? I was not aware of that. And are you really using all of the copper? You are, because you're producing the copper powder. Oh no. Okay. That's... Alright, so that's actually a significant problem. I have a really inelegant way to fix this. Smart splitter, right there. Just slap that joker right in there. I don't have aluminum to do it. Alright, you know what? Fine. We won't even use a good belt. Slap that right there. And overflow to the left. Okay, so that should get aluminum production back online. That's definitely not how I should be approaching that. But this belt is backed up. So we are just, you know, honestly, that's probably good to keep it at one cents less than the highest. That way, this should not just straight up deplete. And it will feed into here, and it will give me at least some to go through. I think that Band-Aid fix will help. I mean, it was a fast fix. And I do enjoy fixes that are very quick. Alright, so let's try and remember what's where. So, okay, so the engine things are down here somewhere. Yeah, I think this is the engines we're looking for. 22, so I only need 8 more engines. And there's another 9 of these. Yeah, so I didn't realize we were straight up cannibalizing literally all of our copper that was supposed to be going for aluminum production. So that's going to delay me being able to take care of stuff for a while. And we got some more of those. Yeah, so we're almost ready to turn off the rocket engines entirely. Alright. So I'm gonna need a couple hundred units. I don't like what I'm seeing. Alright. Iron ingots, what do you got going on now? Why... Oh, and it's multiple rails aren't full now. Okay, is it just a lack of smelting, or is it a lack of ore? Nope. Those ore lanes are all solid, so it's not a lack of ore. It's... they're just not able to smelt fast enough. So that's 3 on that set. 3 on this set. And the reason I'm just going ahead at this point and just shoving those in there is we've kind of expanded as far as I can. Okay, and this one's fine. So these two we just slammed in three slugs. That's not going to be enough to fix that problem, but I'm hoping it'll be enough to mitigate it. Well, I am glad we at least noticed it now, because that means this was all shut down. So good news is we are getting enough copper over here that these are all coming back online. So that's good news. So our aluminum production should be back into full capacity. The downside is I am going to just have to straight up steal aluminum out of other of these machines for a hot minute, because I need the aluminum now. But I'm glad we caught that, because those are requirements for a lot of other things. So these would be probably done by now if I had noticed that. Oh no, actually it looks like there was enough in there that we didn't even slow down production. Okay. Yeah, so I'm going to give the aluminum a chance to produce some aluminum, because I use that for our belt, and I'm going to need then the other side. What else did I need? So I needed motors as well. So let's grab our motors, grab our other goodies we need over there, and that'll be good. It'd be also really good if I could just turn off the rocket engines before I go anywhere, because That's actually pretty high intensity on the consumption of materials. That's a rebar. Let's go ahead and top off our rebar gun. Oh, would you look at that? We finally, after all this time, I actually have modular frames. What phase do you get flying? I believe the beginning of phase 4. I want to say, if memory serves me correctly. I could be wrong about that. Okay, so I can use more rotors. Let's grab a stack of rotors, take the extra, and then the motor should be up here. And the catch of the flying here is you can only fly near where you have power. So occasionally you'll see like this little like blue line, like I'll back up. You'll see it like lance out to the towers. So like about to hit the edge of where it can fly. But yeah, as I move close, you'll see that little blue line. That's telling me I'm connecting to that tower for power. But it puts about 100 megawatt power consumption on your grid. So that's kind of the cost, is instead of fuel directly. Oh, I don't like what I'm seeing here. Our motors are going down. And that's going down because our strators are going down. Okay, it's fine. Alright, straters. What is your problem? This is where I make my straters, right? No, that's straters are going in there. Okay, so stratter's problem is going to be probably the iron pipe. That, when the iron pipe was low, we starved it, and now it's playing catch-up. Gotcha. And so I'm going to need more iron pipe production, but there's no point in me putting down more constructors, because we look at our belts over there for my steel. They're nowhere near full, so that's just what it is. I'm only dying a little on the inside, and a little on the outside, and a little on the side. But yeah, that's just the nature of these games, is as you scale, you start running into bottlenecks. Now, granted, one thing I'm noticing that's different about Satisfactory versus Factorio is I feel like Factorio, it's much easier to keep an eye on, like, hey, this product isn't producing fast enough, and yada yada yada. Like, it's much easier at a glance to see that. Whereas in this game, it's definitely not as easy. Okay, so I only have 2 more of these I need to wait to be produced. So they take 2 minutes each, and we've got about 1 minute left. So we're gonna remember in 3 minutes to come back, grab the last of those, and move on. Factorio is a lot easier to see stuff, but you always have biters, you know, problems with biters destroying everything. Yeah. Biters are one of those things that you can definitely solve. You just have to build lots of defenses and feed them ammo. So it is taking the time to commit resources to combat when you really just kind of want to make more base. It is just a way of working with that. That's no fun. Yeah, no, and that's the thing. That's I know a lot of people who the combat in Factorio. Oh, that makes 2? Yep. Turning it off. Cool. Yeah, the balance versus that. Yeah, and you can turn the biters off and be like, I just don't feel like it. So we just massively cut down the load of materials we have, because those rocket engine things, those consumed a lot of materials to produce, because they were a part that was like 6 layers deep in your production. So that'll clean that up. We're almost halfway through with our particle accelerator shenanigans. This thing up here is still doing what it needs to do. And how are you doing? What are you running low on? So you're only running at 50% capacity because of the the adaptive control units, and those aren't done because plastic. You're not a fan of combat and automation games? I'm the same way. Like, I like combat in a lot of games, but combat automation, it's just, the fighting was never my go-to. It's kind of like the slice of life sim games. Most slice of life sim games, I find the combat to be very underwhelming. You know, yet, because Stardew Valley did it, they all do it. And so, honestly, when one of them comes out, they're like, oh yeah, well, we're not going to be doing that combat thing. It's like, yes, thank you. Thank you for not doing the thing that you all do badly. Like, I enjoy me a really good action RPG, but in the years I played slice of life games, I think I've found 2 that had at least, you know, combat that you're like, this actually legitimately feels good, versus combat you're like, it's passable. Wait, did I grab the motors? I did. Okay. How am I doing? Copper tubing, we're good. The steel tubing, we're about as good as we're going to get for right now. But like I said, the good news is 2 of the things that have been consuming a lot of our materials we have shut off. So as those backlog, like as the things that we're feeding into those get shut down, I don't have to worry about them anymore. I'm kind of thinking it might even be worth my time to grab that tower and make us, well, I mean, where we're going is straight that way. Like, basically, yeah, you can actually see it right there. I wonder if I can legitimately just get as high as we can and how well we'll just glide over. Not well. Pretty badly, actually. Alright, forget that. Alright, so let's get over here, see if I can't get to where our conveyor belts were, and try and get the conveyor over here as my first step. Get the conveyor over here as my first step. I'm not going to have enough aluminum to do it. That's the problem. Oh, I'm not even close to having enough aluminum to do it. I got, like, barely not even 3 stacks. Hey, Sim, how's it going? Can I get a shout out for SimCopter1, another fantastic content creator on the platform? I missed. That's fine. I didn't want to do cool zip lining things anyways. I really did, though. But for those who don't know, SimCopter1, absolutely fantastic creator on the platform. Plays a lot of simulation and strategy games. And has also been playing some Satisfactory recently. Okay. But yeah, it's definitely worth checking out. Just got back from the workout, eating cake. Perfect. I mean, you gotta reward yourself. Okay, so let's see where we got this conveyor to. Alright, so conveyor's over there. Yeah, because we're trying to get that conveyor over to where other oil production is. So that's going to be my step 1. Just get the belt there so that we can hopefully dump as much of the plastic into my existing infrastructure so I don't have to, like, run entire new railroad tracks and yada yada yada. I was kind of hoping I'd be able to just cut a shortcut through the middle, but I apparently already went too far wide. That's fine. But unfortunately, because of copper problems, our aluminum is struggling, and everything's on fire. And that said, like, actually things are going really well when you consider it. We're we're pretty far into a lot of the production stuff. It's just, with all the new things we're adding, it's getting really hard to keep stuff going. Okay, that aluminum's actually... I keep forgetting you actually get decent mileage out of the aluminum belts for the aluminum materials. Alright. So this will let me get this over to my trains. Well, what, like, the train. It's not going to go to both of them. Where do you turn blue? Find the sweet spot. Oh, come on. So it's over there. Stop complaining about being too long. Okay. Honestly, we're gonna probably make it there. It's just gonna take me a minute because I gotta swim. Now, once I do this, I gotta go back over there and get the heavy residue and put it to some kind of use. Which will most likely... Actually, that's fine. We're gonna sneak this around the back, because I already know where I'm gonna hook this up. Because just over here, I've got plastic production. Alright, so that's the plastic belt there. So if we put a merge right here, we can be really lazy about this. My best and favorite way about approaching these problems. And just, bang, we are connected. So now that plastic will get hooked up to the entire rest of the system and get put over there. Let's grab our zipline tool, ride back over there, because the thing I need to do now is I need to get over here all the way to the far end, and just get more plastic coming in. You're struggling with supercomputers and turbo motors? Any tips? Ultimately, it boils down to, and I mean this is going to not feel like a tip. It boils down to what is the material that you are not getting. So like go to your turbo motors and go, okay, turbo motors, I'm not getting enough of the modular engines. Okay, so I'm not getting enough modular engines to run at 100%. Let me go to my modular engines. Okay, I'm not getting enough of this to run at 100%. You just keep going down until you find something that is running at 100% and go, okay, I don't have enough of that. And, you know, build an extra one, merge the lines, upgrade the conveyor belts if you're not getting enough through, whatever it takes to get those materials over. But it's just ping-ponging back and forth and doing that. It's just when you hit that phase of the game, you are going to sit there and a lot of time is going to be spent going, okay, this need, like, I'm not getting enough reinforced plates. Let me go, I'm not getting enough screws. Oh, I'm not getting enough screws because I'm not getting enough ingots. Oh, I'm not getting enough ingots because I'm not getting enough ore. Okay, where can I make some more ore happen? You're going to be just spending a lot of time running around putting out all those fires. Like, that's pretty much what the entire late game is. Taking your existing factory and just chasing down all the places that, you know, something isn't quite up to capacity. Because even if in the early game you sat there and said, okay, this produces at 300 units per minute, and that takes, you know, 150, and if I build 2 of those, the amounts change. You done everything in separate factories and remaking everything from scratch? You're going about things the wrong way? I wouldn't say there is a wrong way to it, but yeah, no. In that case, say like you have an area that you're dedicated. This is your rotors factory. If you have enough rotors, you don't have to worry about that part. If you don't have enough rotors, then you would turn around and go, okay, well, what do I need to do to get enough rotors? And, you know, get those things you're missing. I tend to keep my factory as one giant monolithic thing. Okay, so that's just gonna need pipes. We can scoot you back more. Because I just need enough of this to consume whatever residual we're making. New plastic factory? Yes. Our plastic has completely been just absolutely falling off, and it's become a real problem. Okay, so you're making that. Do you utilize the dimensional storage? No, actually a lot of the upgrades I've been pretty bad about being on top of, to the point that chat has gotten on my case a lot about it. And it is just, I have to stop to actually go and get what I need to get that. And I've been just stamping out one fire after the other so far as things I need, that it just hasn't happened. Okay. So, with that, we are converting our heavy residual oil. I like to see that. That implies that's backlogging somewhere. Okay. So each one of these is making 10 heavy residual oil, so that's making 50 per minute. And that's consuming 60. So I could technically add one more of these before things start to be a problem. So I'm going to slap you there. I think that's lined up. All right. Where's... Oh, I'm on the wrong side. There we go. You're turned the wrong way. That's why I'm having difficulty with this. I thought something looked wrong about it. Hey, could you cut it out? I'm just trying to work here. You're making a real hostile work environment for me. Okay, and we can go to this side. I'm glad his aim's terrible. Though he is sure trying. Oh, don't do that. That's absolutely cursed. Okay, and more plastic. We need a new power pole over here. Okay, so all that should break even. And what I'm going to probably do here is I don't really need another power plant at all. But I'm going to just shove one here. And the entire reason we're shoving a power plant here is just to consume that petroleum. So the fact that I get power with it as well is just kind of a nice bonus. We could go ahead and scoot you around there. I believe you need both water and... Oh no, you literally just need the fuel. Why did I think I needed water involved in this process? I bet you there's just another way I could have approached this, that the other way I have to have water. Alright, so logistics, do this. Okay. And so with that, that's now consuming 20 meters cubed per minute. You are producing 40 meters cubed per minute. And in this case, unlike normally, where you'd probably want to make sure you're not being wasteful, in this particular case, I do not want extra... I do not want extra fuel. The extra fuel has a potential of causing my whole system to seize up. Oh, I'm gonna need rubber? That's fine. Extra fuel has a chance of making my whole system seize up if we don't go that far. Now, granted, that's gonna take a really long time, and it shouldn't fully seize up, it'll just slow down. But that's good. I'm pretty sure we basically pretty close to doubled our plastic production. Get that out of my way. And since that's my big bottleneck right now is just the plastic, that should go a long way to fixing our problem, because that's what's been hurting our, on the top there, those 4 products. That's what's been really, really slowing down that first product from happening at any meaningful time speed, is it's got a lot of dependencies that are based on plastic and copper. But yeah, so now if we look at that, all of that should be feeding into this pipeline here. So we got all the extra plastic rolling in. All of that goes into our box there. Wait a second. Oh no. It's on the wrong one. Our entire rubber line is contaminated. Get rid of that. Oh, I've got a mess. Okay, well first let's fix that part. That's going to be a problem. Okay. So, I don't know how bad it is yet. Give me the plastic out of this box. We might be lucky in the fact that the rubber has been so saturated that that might be the worst it deals with, because we did just hook that up. So we just need to get back to base and take a quick peek, and my hope is really to be no plastic already over there, or it'll still be trying to drain it from the box. In either scenario, I can get ahead of the plastic and prevent things from getting seized up. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. If not, all I have to do is I've got the 2 plastic lines going out. I just need to track them and just see where along the lines, if any rubber got on it. And the reason why that's a problem is what'll happen is that rubber will keep going up the line until it eventually reaches the machine, and the machine will be expecting plastic. Or sorry, we'll be expecting rubber and get plastic, and it'll just throw its hand in the air and say, I can't use that, and everything will stop working up the pipe from there. All right. At least we noticed it now and didn't have it running that way for several hours and then go, why is my entire factory terrible? And then looking through and all that. Okay. So the downside is That's very clearly what's supposed to be a rubber line, covered in plastic almost as far as the eyes can see. Give me the plastic, give it all to me. I wish I could hold the button and it would just pick it up. That'd be nice. The alternative is I could put down a smart splitter here, and tell it to send all the plastic to one side, put a container, and feed it up that way. That said, there shouldn't be that much plastic in it. We already grabbed what was trying to go in. Okay, the plastic boot, there it is. Can I... So I can't grab it off of there. Alright, so that line is still contaminated. Can you hold E and hit tab? I don't know. Okay, so that's a rubber line with plastic on it over here. That is a rubber line? Yeah, that's a rubber line. This whole thing is a mess. Alright. I'm just gonna try and clean up what I can real fast. And we'll just have to play tidy up on these lines. Because unfortunately they're everywhere and I'm not gonna be able to move the splitters far enough back. There's gonna be something that gets past me here. There's no avoiding it. Or there is. Alright, so we'll deal with that in a moment. Let me go to the box. I have a bad feeling there's more plastic inside the box. Drop the plastic that I have in there. Okay, we've got you sorted. Alright. You just take the belts off the storage end and grab it after it's all in that storage. The problem is they're already too far up on here. And that's the issue I'm running into, is they're already on the rubber belts. That other than going to the machine, which is probably what's going to happen, I could branch it off and get ahead of it, but a lot of it's already getting to the machines. So I'm just going to have to clean it up. The good news is we're already most of the way cleaned. I just got a couple pieces here and there, and then this like one last big chunk. Okay, so let's follow these two lines. They had a tiny bit more on them. Yeah, so you got some plastic right there. Okay. So you're good. You're unstuck. How long is the cycle for you? Pretty fast. Okay. Wait till it goes in your inventory anyway. Yeah, but I actually want the plastic. I just don't want it there. Oh, you already sorted? Okay. Alright, so that belt is sorted. That's good news. We've only got one machine there. So that looks like that's all sorted. Alright, so let's get down here and check on the next one. Okay. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying with the deleting the belt and it'll fix it. Okay, so there's no more plastic showing up here. And interestingly enough, I can't... Oh. I guess because it's parked there, it's not going to let me look. Get out of here. I want to make sure there isn't like some sneaky one last pile of plastic sitting there. Because we already cleared it on the other side. It's just what was actually already in the system here that's the problem. And I believe it'll actually let... So weirdly, it will let me check that. There we go. There. So we did have 2 sneaky piles of plastic still in there. Alright, so I think we're clear here. Now I just need to track down where there's the 2 there. Wait until you make a mistake with the uranium. Oh, I've done it. I've actually picked up a belt that had uranium energy cells on it. Didn't die, but it was definitely a very quick, like, oh god, get it out of my pocket. Okay, so that's still moving along. I don't know how fast it's consuming. Okay, so you got your plastic stuck there. Alright, you're all fixed. I'm not seeing more plastic along here. You're still running fine. You're still running fine. I was expecting to see like a plastic unit or 2 on this line. Let's just grab some rubber. Nope, looks like we're all clear on this line too. Cool. Alright, so I think I've decontaminated the lines. More on the rubber line between the train and storage. Yes, I don't see any plastic there. Oh, I see it. Yeah, I see it. Thank you. Let's deliberately cycle it forward. There's got to be some... Alright. There we go. The reason I could tell that there was more inside there was that wasn't filling up, despite rubber sitting right here, so it told me it was blocked. Okay. So we're all right there. We are getting all of our conveyors full of plastic again, so that's good news. And that should improve with time. Alright. So pretty soon Ultra should be available. I don't know exactly when. Like I said, she's stuck with meeting stuff. And when that's done, we're going to be switching over to some American Truck Simulator for the Arkansas DLC for a little while. After that's done, we'll be switching back over to this. How am I flying? I have the hover pack. It lets you fly as long as you're nearby power. I want to say that is at stage 4. Alright, so let's drop this off. And let's check on our red resource. Okay, so we're getting to be pretty close to 2/3 done with the thing from the particle accelerator, which was the last of the materials we unlocked. And then this is working as hard as it can on these, and is really just knocking along. So it seems to be mostly stuck on the adaptive cores. Why is it so... What? So why do you have 35? So, okay. I don't... So you have a surplus of supercomputers, but you're short on adaptive control units. You have no supercomputers, but you're really... Are you not connected? Is that what I'm understanding? Which belt is my supercomputers? Because something ain't right. There's my supercomputers. Let's go up here, follow this line. It goes around here. So this one here is acting like it's not getting any. So let's go ahead and detach that. And try resetting that. Because that apparently is never run. So let's grab everything out of there. We can pop that down. And get those adaptive control units to be split out between all the others. That will help kick those off. So apparently where I thought I've had 4 of those running, I've only actually had 3 of them running. And they're not running at capacity, mostly because of like the adaptive control units and supercomputers, which is why we were trying to stamp out a lot of problems. So you're the right one? Okay, so boom. How would you feel about 36 of them just dropped in there real quick? You need to hire help. Why? Alright. Okay, so I just got word from Ultra it's going to be about 10 minutes, and then we should be good to go. So, in just a couple minutes, we're going to wind this down, and we will be switching over to American Truck Simulator to check out their new Arkansas DLC. We'll be doing that for a couple of hours, and then after that, we will get back to more Satisfactory. But in the interim, we're going to be checking that out, because that DLC did drop today, and we have played the game a bunch of times on the channel, and I don't see a reason to stop doing that. Alright, so this is the wood one. We can drop that in there. Grass goes in here. Sort that. And let me go ahead. Cool. Just confirming where me and her joining voice comms. We've got that going. Yeah, so this is running at capacity now. And there's no way I'm putting a power slug in that, because the power slugs increase the power based on how much that consumes. And that particle accelerator, that thing jumps up to 1,500 kilowatt or megawatts or whatever of power per cycle. That is not something I can just ramp up to double and handle. So the good news is these are all running now, but none of them are running at capacity. So it's not entirely clear what is the thing that's holding them up. Now that we've got that fixed, I'm guessing it's the supercomputers. So let's go ahead and take a quick glance at those supercomputers. And that's running at 85% capacity, and that's because it ran out of plastic, and then we have computers, which computers were also because we ran out of plastic. So it looks like computers are the thing to fix next. With that said, what I'm going to go ahead and quickly do is, if you'll bear with me, I am going to go ahead and save the game, since, how long ago is that? You said about 6 minutes? Alright, so what I'm going to go ahead and do is really fast, before we switch over to American Truck Simulator. I have not taken a break the entire stream because I just been... It's something I found I'm pretty bad about with this game, is I get into like this go mode, and it gets really hard for me to, actually stop to take care of stuff, because I'm just always working on things. Alright, so we've got all our computer production going. I'll probably have to make more of these, but they are all running at full capacity. Alright, so with that said, what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to save here, just so I make sure I have the spot. And if you're watching over on YouTube, the stream will come down on the YouTube side, because YouTube switching category messes with the whole VOD and all that. So it's kind of one of those things that you end stream, start stream kind of thing. Yeah, no, I've been good about eating Darth, just a different schedule since Tomb's not here. But what's going to end up happening is I'm going to take like a quick, like 5-minute break real fast, use the